Chapter 206. Could it be that he really isn't? Xiao Yu was slightly hesitant in his heart when he heard Xiao Sun's words. He was still extremely confident towards his intuition, but he couldn't wrap his head around why the genius alchemist Xiao Sun's older brother spoke of would be a youth with an ordinary appearance. How could he possibly know that Duan Lingtian's disguise technique could be said to have reached the acme of perfection? In the next few days, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 cultivated within the tent. 5 days later, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian's group of 3, were gathered within a spacious tent. At the center of the tent was something similar to a model of a building. Duan Lingtian discerned with a glance that this was the model of a city's outer perimeter. Presently, at the side of this model, Niefeng was standing together with a middle-aged general, and behind Niefeng was the old man that followed behind Niefeng like a shadow. Duan Lingtian hadn't seen this old man in the Divine Might Marquis estate before. But now, relying on the perception of his spiritual force and the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could practically confirm. This old man was a half-step void stage expert. Looks like Uncle Nia isn't the only half-step void stage expert in the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. The status of the Divine Might Marquis estate in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was only inferior to the imperial family. Coupled with the presence of a true void stage expert holding down the fort, there ought to be no lack of half-step void stage experts within it. Although that void stage expert wasn't what he used to be, a horse is still a horse. No one dared look down upon the Divine Might Marquis estate's resources. The old man seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian looking at him, and his muddy eyes squinted as he nodded to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. He was still extremely respectful towards the members of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Before long, the 12 students of the Star Mastermind Department of Paladin Academy had all arrived. In addition, 2 middle-aged men dressed like scholars slowly walked in. He should be at the level of a military advisor, Duan Lingtian secretly guessed. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian heard a cold snort. At the same time, he felt a cold gaze on him. He didn't need to turn around to know whose gaze it was. Commander Nia, these 2 are the strategists of our army. The middle-aged general standing beside Niefeng introduced the 2 middle-aged scholars to Niefeng. Niefeng nodded slightly at the 2 middle-aged scholars. Greetings, military advisors. The 2 middle-aged scholars were flattered. Greetings, Commander Nia. Even though Niefeng was young, they didn't dare underestimate him, as he was the only son of the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nieyuan, whose might shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom. His status was extraordinary, and it was far from something they could compare to. General He, these 12 are the elite students of the Star Mastermind Department that Paladin Academy sent out this time. Niefeng looked at Duan Lingtian, Gu Xian, and the others as he introduced them with a smile. Oh! The middle-aged general called General He, or in other words, the general that commanded the entire border army of relentless thriving city, swept his gaze past Duan Lingtian and the others. When his gaze descended onto Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, it slightly focused. In his impression, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students at this age seemed to be only first or second year students, right? Such young students, even if they came to the battlefield, seemed to be unable to be of any help. After all, according to past practice, Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students would only start to deeply research and comprehend military strategies when they reached 4th year and above. In next to no time his expression froze. Because he saw Duan Lingtian. This person ought to be at most 18 years old, right? General He frowned as he looked at the youth before him. Wasn't Paladin Academy taking this too lightly? Yes. When Duan Lingtian saw General He's expression, he naturally knew that General He was looking down on him because of his young age. He didn't mind. Time would prove everything. General He, don't look down on this person. He's the most renowned peerless genius in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Niefeng looked at Duan Lingtian and frowned as he spoke. Oh! General He pondered for a moment when he heard this, and his gaze abruptly shone. Could it be that he's that Duan Lingtian of the Duan clan? An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist? Exactly. Niefeng lightly nodded. Excuse me. After knowing Duan Lingtian's background, General He's gaze when looking at Duan Lingtian was completely different. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't have much research in the Tao of Mastermind, Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Tao was sufficient to make him admire him. Cloud Continent had always been a world where the strong were respected. As far as he was concerned, an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist would surely be a great evil when he matured in the future. Greetings, General He. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the middle-aged general before him. Since the general was courteous, he naturally wouldn't be disrespectful. Your General He? General He weigh in? Right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out. It was Gu Xian who stood at the side that spoke. This is... He Weiyan was slightly surprised that the young man with an extraordinary bearing before him was able to call out his name. General He, I've heard my father say since long ago that you're a pillar of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. These past few years, it was all because of General He that the northwest border was able to defend against the numerous attacks of the Southern Champion Kingdom. Gu Xian lightly smiled as he spoke slowly. You really know how to flatter. Xiao Sun grunted in a low voice and spoke with a voice that was like a mosquito. Little brother, you're too kind. I don't dare accept your praise. The northwest border being able to defend these past few years was mostly because of the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Lord Nyeyuan. I wonder who your father is? Although He Weiyan was modest, he still had a smile on his face from the praise. Gu Yuting is my father. Gu Xian had a refined and courteous appearance. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile. He was able to discern. This Gu Xian intentionally flattered this General He and did so much foreshadowing for the sake of this moment. Prime Minister Gu. He Weiyan was instantly greatly shocked when he heard this. So it's the young master of the Prime Minister's family. I've truly been rude. Greetings, young Master Gu. The two middle-aged scholars that stood at the side couldn't help but be moved, and they bowed to Gu Xian together. For a time, Gu Xian became the center of attention in the entire tent. Although Gu Xian's words were modest, the arrogance and complacency on his face was something that anyone could discern. I've long since heard that young Master Gu has inherited the wisdom of the Lord Prime Minister. Since you're able to come assist our army this time, it looks like our army's plan to breach the southern barbaric city is just around the corner. He Weiyan laughed heartily. As for the two middle-aged scholars, they flattered one after another as well. General He and the two strategists are too kind. How can I compare to my father? Gu Xian smiled modestly, but his eyes were filled with complacency as he occasionally swept his gaze past Duan Lingtian, wanting to show off his prowess in front of Duan Lingtian. But he instead noticed with embarrassment that Duan Lingtian didn't even look at him from the beginning until the end. It was as if Duan Lingtian disdained all of this. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian secretly gnashed his teeth in hatred, and a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian's brows raised when he heard what He Weiyan said. Breach the southern barbaric city? It looked like the arrival of the reinforcements this time had greatly increased the morale of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's side, and they were preparing to turn defense into offense. Young Master Gu, everyone, please come forward and take a look at the layout of the southern barbaric city. See if there's any way to smoothly breach the southern barbaric city and spread the might of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Meanwhile, He Weiyan had returned to the side of the layout of the southern barbaric city, and at the same time, he invited the group of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department students to come forward. Instantly, all the Star Mastermind Department students, including Duan Lingtian, stood forward. For a time, the surroundings of the layout became crowded. There were even 3 Star Mastermind Department senior students that were unable to squeeze forward. Humph! Gu Xian coldly grunted when he saw Duan Lingtian's group of 3 arrive before the model, then said in disdain, those first-year students, stop seizing positions here and pretending to know when you don't, right? Don't you see that there are still 3 fifth-year students squeezed behind you? You. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces went grim when they heard Gu Xian's ridicule, and they both glared angrily at Gu Xian. Duan Lingtian had only just glanced at the layout of the southern barbaric city when he heard what Gu Xian said, and he slowly raised his head to glance coldly and indifferently at Gu Xian. In this way, young Master Gu feels that we're unable to help, whereas you two are able to come up with a plan and assist the army in breaching the southern barbaric city in one go. Of course. There's no difference between having the three of you and not having the three of you. Gu Xian had a proud expression as he spoke bluntly. Young Master Gu, this place doesn't seem to be your Prime Minister's estate, right? Aren't your actions a bit trying to usurp the role of the host? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. I'm only thinking of the overall situation. General He, what do you think? Shouldn't the three of them give way to the other 3 fifth-year students of our Paladin Academy Star Mastermind Department? Gu Xian glanced at Duan Lingtian with disdain, then looked at He Wei and this. He Wei and looked at Duan Lingtian and hesitated for a moment before an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Little brother Lingtian, why don't you too? He did indeed admire Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao. But coming up with a plan for the army and war had nothing to do with natural talent in the martial Dao. At the same time, he didn't think that these 3 first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department would have any good plans. I understand. Duan Lingtian spoke out to interrupt He Weian, then nodded and used his gaze to stop Niefan, who was about to speak, before calling out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun, since this place doesn't need us, then there's no need for us to stay here. What do you two think? Let's go. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun snorted coldly, then left the tent with Duan Lingtian. Niefan swept Gu Xian with his gaze, and a trace of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. This Gu Xian said Duan Lingtian was useless? Could it be that he could think of a brilliant plan like crossing the sea by deception? Chapter 207. After leaving the tent, Xiao Sun had an indignant expression. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian has gone too far. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he smiled. Xiao Sun, some people want to bring disgrace upon themselves. Why be angry with him? Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu were both stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, as they didn't understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Do you think it's so easy to take down Southern Barbaric City? Just wait for that Gu Xian to make a fool of himself. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of disdain. Earlier, although he'd only glanced at the layout of Southern Barbaric City, he'd already understood it clearly. He knew clearly in his heart that even with the Crimson Double Army as reinforcements, it would still be extremely difficult to take down Southern Barbaric City. Not only that, Southern Barbaric City was a natural stronghold, and if they were unable to take it in one go, they would suffer an extremely great loss. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun seemed to understand when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Half a month later, the Crimson Sky Kingdom prepared to send out troops to attack Southern Barbaric City. As expected, Gu Xian became the strategist for this battle. Duan Lingtian, that Gu Xian is about to follow the army to command. How can you still sleep? Xiao Sun had an anxious expression when he saw Duan Lingtian lying on the bed in the middle of the day. What are you anxious about? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu were slightly speechless towards Duan Lingtian's reaction. Only 3 days later, when the army that went to attack Southern Barbaric City 15 kilometers away returned, did they finally understand the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words that day. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was attacking Southern Champion Kingdom. Southern Barbaric City was as steady as Mount Tai, whereas the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the 10,000 Crimson Double army retreated in time under the lead of Niefan, and only a portion of them suffered light injuries. Whereas the 300 General Galaxy students of Paladin Academy followed the Crimson WRM army and returned alive. The Border Army, however, suffered over 10,000 casualties. Duan Lingtian, you were so confident half a month ago. Could it be that you've already determined that it's impossible for Gu Xian to command the breaching of Southern Barbaric City? Xiao Sun was also greatly shocked when he heard this news. He looked towards Duan Lingtian and asked, It isn't so easy to breach Southern Barbaric City. Duan Lingtian said calmly. When he saw the layout of Southern Barbaric City at that time, he knew that unless he utilized the 36 stratagems of taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, sneaking around, and borrowing arrows from straw boats, otherwise, it would be impossible to break through Southern Barbaric City. As for these 3 stratagems of the 36 stratagems, even that Gu Xian probably wouldn't be able to think of them even in his dreams. If it were you, would you have a solution? Xiao Sun's eyes lit up as he asked, What do you think? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he replied with a question. At this moment, Xiao Sun could clearly sense the strong confidence Duan Lingtian displayed, and he knew that Duan Lingtian surely had a solution. Duan Lingtian, isn't it slightly inappropriate for you to do this? Since you had a solution, why didn't you speak of it that day? Xiao Yu, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, frowned. After all, the border army had lost over 10,000 people this time. Those were all living beings. Duan Lingtian shrugged. Xiao Yu, you were present at the incident last time and saw it clearly. It's fine that Gu Xian intentionally squeezed us out, but in the end, that general, he actually believed what he said and asked us to leave. Do you think that at that time, even if I said I had a way to breach Southern Barbaric City, would that general he believe me? Would those two strategists believe me? So, the death of those 10,000 plus soldiers. If you want to blame someone, then you can only blame General He and Gu Xian. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he had a cold smile on his face. Of course, there were still some things that Duan Lingtian didn't say. Before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army set out to battle this time, Niefan had come to look for him and told him of Gu Xian's scheme. At that time, Duan Lingtian had discerned that the scheme had two obvious flaws. However, an ordinary person was utterly unable to discern those two flaws, and even if he reminded them, others wouldn't believe him. However, so long as a critical moment arrived, those two flaws would surely be exposed. So he reminded Niefan. So long as he noticed that the situation was bad, he should immediately lead the Crimson Wrm army to retreat from the battlefield without the slightest hesitation. If it wasn't for him reminding Niefan, it would be impossible for the 10,000 plus soldiers of the Crimson Wrm army to return in one piece. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment when he heard what Duan Lingtian said, and he knew that what Duan Lingtian said made sense. He smiled apologetically to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I shouldn't have scolded you, I was too impulsive. It's fine. After all, that's over 10,000 lives. Duan Lingtian shook his head and didn't mind. That Gu Xian was so arrogant and conceited that day. Let's see if he dares to be so complacent this time. Supposedly, after they returned today, they stayed within the central tent. Gu Xian's expression is probably as unsightly as it can be right now. Xiao Sun grunted coldly, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. The defeat this time can be said to be the responsibility of him alone. It's all because something went wrong with his scheme. A trace of coldness flashed within Xiao Yu's eyes. That Gu Xian has completely lost face for the Prime Minister's estate this time. Even if Prime Minister Gu knew of this, he would probably be angered to the point of spitting blood. A few words and a lousy scheme caused the death of over 10,000 officers. I'm afraid only that Gu Xian is capable of doing this. I still remember the flattering appearance of General He and the two strategists when they were in front of Gu Xian that day. They even said that Gu Xian had inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom. I'm really curious, what sort of expression will they have when they face Gu Xian once more? As Xiao Sun finished speaking, although he didn't have any intention of disrespecting the over 10,000 officers and soldiers that had died, he still slightly took pleasure in their misfortune. Presently, the expressions of He Wei-en and the two strategists under his command were naturally unsightly. 11,352 of our brothers have died. Within the spacious tent, He Wei-en's expression was extremely unsightly, and he had an ashamed and resentful expression as he looked at Gu Xian, who had an unsightly expression, as if he'd forgotten Gu Xian's distinguished identity. Gu Xian, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Our border army fully cooperated with your scheme, but over 10,000 of our people were cheated and killed by the Southern Champion Kingdom. Didn't you say that your scheme was foolproof? He Wei-en's face was crimson red, and he burst into rage. He Wei-en was able to possess his current status and make an army of 100,000 submit to him, and he'd relied on himself to climb step by step to get to where he was today. Normally, he was even famous for cherishing his subordinates. Once, a centurion under his command was assassinated by someone from the Southern Champion Kingdom that had infiltrated relentless thriving city. He went to the Southern Champion Kingdom by himself and infiltrated Southern Barbaric City to kill two of their Kiliarchs. After that incident, he was called Madman He by the people of the Southern Barbaric Kingdom. Since then, the people of the Southern Barbaric Kingdom didn't dare carry out assassinations again. He Weian, this young master has already said that it was the people of the Southern Champion Kingdom that were too cunning. Gu Xian's face sank as he repeated himself. The people of the Southern Champion Kingdom were too cunning? What excuse was this? Who? He Weian was angered to the point his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he pointed at Gu Xian and roared with grief and indignation. Gu Xian, if it wasn't for you being the son of the Lord Prime Minister, you've caused the death of over 10,000 of my brothers, and just this crime alone would cause you to die for sure today. This time, if it was one of his strategists that had cheated over 10,000 officers to death, he would have directly attacked and killed that strategist long ago. But Gu Xian's background was too strong, otherwise, he would absolutely not allow Gu Xian to live for even a second longer. What? You still want to kill me? Gu Xian's face sank as he sneered. It's only 10,000 lowly lives. Do you think they can compare to this young master's noble life? Presently, various pressures descended onto Gu Xian, causing him to be on the verge of collapse and almost lose all reason. If it was the usual him, he would surely not speak such words in an occasion like this. What did you say? He Weian's face went grim as he was angered to the point of repeatedly spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, and the killing intent on his body couldn't be suppressed any longer and was on the verge of bursting out. The eyes of Niefan, who hadn't spoken all along, went cold and he kicked out, directly sending Gu Xian flying. He coldly shouted, Gu Xian, you caused the death of so many brothers. Not only did you not apologize, you actually said such heartless words. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of Prime Minister Gu. Niefan, you dare touch me. Gu Xian stood up. His eyes went cold as hatred shot into the sky. Big brother Gu Xian. The two Paladin Academy Star Mastermind Department students that had always been by Gu Xian's side hurriedly stopped Gu Xian, and they had bitter smiles on their faces. What? You two think it's my fault as well? Gu Xian's face sank. Big brother Gu Xian, what you said earlier was indeed going too far. That's right. That's 10,000 lives. The two of them laughed bitterly. At this moment, Gu Xian took a deep breath and calmed down, realizing that he was indeed too impulsive earlier. However, it was impossible for him to apologize and admit his mistake. He was the son of the Prime Minister, a high and mighty existence. How could he easily apologize to another? Kill Gu Xian. Make him pay with his life for the lives of over 10,000 brothers. Kill Gu Xian. Pay with his life. Right at this moment, deafening voices resounded throughout the entire campsite with a vast momentum. Gu Xian's face went grim. Niefan frowned and walked out in large strides. With a glance. Only now did Niefan notice that besides the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson Double Army under his command, the remaining 90,000 officers of the Border Army were all gathered around this tent, and all of them had faces full of rage. They had come to take revenge for the deaths of over 10,000 brothers. What son of the Prime Minister? They didn't care. They only wanted to use Gu Xian's fresh blood to comfort the souls of their 10,000 brothers in heaven. If you don't want to die, it's best if you don't go out. He Weian's icy cold gaze swept past Gu Xian, who was terrified to the point his face went pale and his legs were trembling. He took a deep breath and walked out of the tent with crimson-red eyes. General. Right at the instant He Weian walked out of the tent, the 90,000 officers outside the tent directly knelt on the ground. Bang! 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 It was as if the earth was quaking and the mountains were collapsing. I've let down my dead brothers. The tears in He Weian's eyes couldn't be restrained any longer when he saw this scene. Men don't easily shed tears, and it's only because they haven't been deeply hurt. General, it's not your fault, it's all Gu Xian's fault. Exactly, if it wasn't for him asking the brothers to go deep, those brothers wouldn't have died. He asked the brothers to give their lives away. We suspect that he's a spy from the Southern Champion Kingdom. Kill him. Kill him. The crowd of Border Army officers were in high spirits. Chapter 208. When Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked out of the tent together, they were shocked as well. A dense mass of nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers knelt before the central tent with mixed feelings of grief and indignation. Waves of voices swept out and practically spread throughout the entire relentless thriving city. causing relentless thriving city to seem as if it was enveloped in a layer of haze. The residents of relentless thriving city were now gathered in the streets and alleys, and all of them had dejected expressions. I originally thought that since the Crimson Wyrm army had arrived, they would surely be able to cooperate with the border army to dampen the spirit of the Southern Champion Kingdom, but I never imagined that they would actually return in crushing defeat. This matter isn't related to the Crimson Wyrm army in the slightest. It was entirely that bullshit military advisor who blindly commanded, causing the border army to lose over 10,000 officers and soldiers. How do you know? I have a cousin brother in the border army, and now he and his brothers are asking General He for orders to kill that bullshit military advisor. The military advisor caused the death of over 10,000 officers and soldiers. He deserves death. Why does he still need to ask for orders? That military advisor's identity isn't simple. He's the son of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's prime minister, and his name is Wuxia. All over Shaoxing City, similar remarks were being spread everywhere. For a time the crowd outside was in an impassioned mood. He Weian stood before the central tent with teary eyes as he looked at the nearly 90,000 officers and soldiers before him with a mournful expression, and for a moment, he was speechless. General, if you're worried that Wuxia is the son of the prime minister, then we can make a move ourselves. We're not afraid. Right. We're not afraid. General, even though casualties can't be avoided when marching to war. This time if we kill over 10,000 of the Southern Champion Kingdom soldiers, then we'll admit it. But this time over 10,000 of our brothers have died, whereas the Southern Champion Kingdom's casualties are less than 1,000. Our brothers can't die for nothing. The eyes of the group of officers and soldiers were crimson red as their imposing auras shot into the sky. Over 10,000 of our own people have died, whereas the enemy's casualties are less than 1,000. Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he expected that Wuxia's plan wouldn't work, he never expected that it would be such a trap. He knew clearly in his heart. Even if this Wuxia was able to survive today, he would probably go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Not to mention inheriting the position of Prime Minister. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were also stunned. Previously, they only knew that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's side had lost tens of thousands of soldiers, but they didn't know the exact losses of the other side. Now that he had heard of the other party's losses, he was momentarily speechless. More than 10,000 people died in exchange for less than 1,000 lives. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at each other and saw the anger in each other's eyes. This Wuxia deserves to die. Xiao Sun's face sank. More than 10,000 strong men were killed by Wuxia just like that. It was simply an act that angered both man and God. In the central tent, Wuxia's face was pale as he sat on the ground. His legs were weak and he couldn't stand up for a long time. He could feel the anger of the border army soldiers outside. He had no doubt that if he ran out at this time, he would definitely be torn to pieces. I want to leave this place, I want to leave this place. Suddenly Wuxia's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed onto his last life-saving straw. Brother Wuxia, you go out and apologize. The two people who had been following Wuxia hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Apologize. Wuxia's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. You want me to apologize? Impossible. Outside, no matter how He Weian tried to persuade them, the group of soldiers were unwilling to retreat. If Wuxia doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up. Right. If Wuxia doesn't die, we'll kneel and never get up. The tone of the group of soldiers was resolute. In the end, He Weian really didn't know how to persuade them. He could only look at the nearby Niefan for help, wanting to see if Niefan had any ideas. Niefan nodded to He Weian and stood out. Brothers, I'm the Crimson Wyrm Army's commander. Niefan. Niefan looked at the nearly 90,000 soldiers of the border army with a sorrowful expression. I, General He, am as sorrowful as all of you towards the over 10,000 brothers that died in the war. But the dead are gone. Why are all of you still making things difficult for General He? I guarantee all of you that as long as all of you stand up now in return, we'll expel Wuxia from relentless thriving city and make him fuck off back to the imperial city. Also within 3 days at most, we'll send troops out again to take revenge for the over 10,000 brothers that died. Niefan's voice was resolute. Seeing the group of border army soldiers seeming to be indifferent, Niefan continued. I know that all of you are doubtful of my promise, but all of you saw yesterday's matter with your own two eyes. Do all of you know why I was able to notice the change in the situation in time, and lead the over 10,000 brothers of the Crimson WRM army to cover everyone's retreat? Niefan's words caused the gazes of the border army soldiers present to abruptly light up as they looked at Niefan. Niefan continued. Actually, this wasn't because I had foresight, but because there was a student from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department who reminded me before I set out. If I noticed a certain situation, I must resolutely retreat. General Nya, didn't all the students from Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department participate in the planning of this war strategy? Since he knew beforehand that there was a flaw, why didn't he speak of it in time to avoid this disaster? A military advisor standing behind He Wei frowned and was slightly angry. He wasn't within the tent at that time, nor did he participate in the planning. Niefan looked at this military advisor with a calm gaze. Could it be? He Wei seemed to have thought of something and his pupils constricted. He still didn't dare believe it. If it was really like that, then he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Duan Lingtian stood in the distance when he suddenly heard Niefan's words and noticed that Niefan was looking at him. He knew that Niefan was surely planning to sell him out. Duan Lingtian shook his head and brought along the puzzled Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun as he walked over in large strides to stand by Niefan's side. It's you guys. The expressions of the two military advisors behind He Wei went grim, and their eyes revealed disbelief. Could it be that the Star Mastermind Department student Commander Nye spoke of that reminded him was these 3 Grade 1 students? The Grade 1 students that were disdained and expelled by them that day? Their expressions became slightly unsightly. This person beside me is the peerless genius that gave rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom recently. Duan Lingtian. Others only know that Brother Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao is peerless, but they don't know that he also has an extremely brilliant and unique understanding of war strategy. Before I left for the expedition, it was he who told me to be on guard against 2 situations, and that if one of them appeared, I must retreat at the first possible moment. At the beginning, I thought that he was exaggerating about those 2 situations, but only when one of them really appeared did I realize that his initial judgment was wrong. So, I made a prompt decision to lead the Crimson WRM army officers to cover your retreat. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only lost over 10,000 brothers, but even 30,000, 40,000, or even 50,000. Niefan's voice was loud and extremely infectious. General Niefan, you saved us and we're all grateful to you. But, there's something I don't understand. Since this little brother is also a Star Mastermind Department student, and since he saw through the flaw in the strategy Guxian formulated, why do we still carry out the attack according to Guxian's strategy? The captain of the border army that knelt at the front asked the question that was on the minds of most people present. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he stood out. I can tell you this. For a moment, the gazes of everyone descended onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was narrating a matter that had nothing to do with him. That day, the 2 behind me and I had originally participated in the strategic planning against the southern barbaric city. But, later on, Guxian said that we would only be in the way and be completely useless. Without us, he would still have the confidence to breach the southern barbaric city. At that time, your General He's mind was confused by Guxian's words, and he felt that we were young, and felt that we were only Grade 1 students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind department, so he expelled us. Later on, although I saw through the flaw in Guxian's strategy, if that flaw didn't go through actual combat, it would be difficult for others to believe. Moreover, with our status at that time, even if we said it, no one would believe us. Duan Lingtian slowly spoke. I can testify to this. Niefan added. At that time, even I didn't really believe the so-called flaw that Brother Lingtian spoke of. Otherwise, I would absolutely not let my 10,000 plus brothers of the Crimson WRM army take the risk. Duan Lingtian's words caused torrential flames of rage to accumulate within the hearts of the group of border army soldiers. Niefan's words were like a fuse that ignited their flames of rage, causing them to completely erupt. It's that Guxian again. You don't have the ability, yet you're still jealous of talent and squeezing out this Brother Lingtian who's both intelligent and courageous. For a moment, The group of border army soldiers all spoke with grief and indignation. Thump! Suddenly, the scene went deathly silent, and only the sound of kneeling could be heard. It was He Wei-an who had a flushed face as he knelt before the group of soldiers. "Brothers, I didn't consider this matter thoroughly. It's all my, He Wei-an's fault. General He, why do you have to be like this? You were instigated by others. After all, with our age and experience, no normal person would believe us." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his voice spread out. "Exactly, Brother Lingtian is right. This matter has nothing to do with the general. It has nothing to do with the general." The group of soldiers all spoke out in loud voices. He Wei-an's eyes emitted a trace of gratitude when he saw Duan Lingtian speaking up for him, and he had a face full of guilt. Duan Lingtian. Within the tent, Gu Xian gnashed his teeth with a face full of hatred. Wasn't Duan Lingtian pushing all the responsibility onto him by saying this? Although, he had to admit that it was indeed his responsibility. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's words sounded out from outside, causing Gu Xian's gaze to light up. Chapter 209. I believe that all of you don't want anything to happen to General He as well, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the group of soldiers before him. Instantly, the scene was deathly silent. The nearly 90,000 soldiers had now gone silent. All right. Everyone, today in front of everyone, I, Duan Lingtian, make a military pledge. 3 days from now, our side will surely breach the southern barbaric city and directly attack the enemy's stronghold to take revenge for the 10,000 plus brothers that have died. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly louder, and his momentum shot into the sky like a rainbow. Duan Lingtian's words caused the eyes of the nearly 90,000 soldiers to light up. Now they didn't dare underestimate this violet-clothed youth. This was a figure that had once seen through the flaws in the battle strategy formulated by Gu Xian. With Nie Fun as a witness, they firmly believed this without the slightest doubt. All of you stand up. Properly recuperate and accumulate strength. 3 days from now, we'll attack the southern barbaric city and wash away our humiliation. Duan Lingtian's voice abruptly became louder, and it was extremely infectious. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, the nearly 90,000 border army soldiers that were kneeling on the ground stood up one after another, and all of them had excited expressions. Wash away our humiliation! Wash away our humiliation! Amidst the mighty and excited shouts, the nearly 90,000 soldiers all retreated. At this moment, no one present dared underestimate the violet-clothed youth that stood there. If he's able to continue staying in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then he'll surely be a figure on the same level as the Divine Might Marquis in the future. No, he might even surpass the Divine Might Marquis. He Wei-an was slightly moved when he saw the group of brothers under his command being persuaded to retreat by Duan Lingtian, and his eyes emitted reverence. This youth had obtained his respect. This kid. He's stolen my limelight. Nie Fan's brows raised. Then he shook his head and laughed as he muttered to himself. General He, send some unrelated people away. Otherwise, I won't have the mood to discuss strategy with all of you. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto He Wei-an, and it seemed as if he was referring to something. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. He Wei-an nodded and returned to the tent. He looked at Gu Xian and said, Young Master Gu, I'll arrange a horse for you immediately. Please leave. Then why aren't you making the arrangements? Gu Xian glared. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment longer. Right now, he only wanted to return to the imperial city and live his life as a young master. Duan Lingtian, you're really something. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and laughed. You didn't see the faces of General He and those two strategists just now. It was as marvelous as marvelous. However, you didn't tell us that you also reminded Commander Nie of the flaws in Gu Xian's strategy. Don't you know now? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and didn't know what to say for a long time. In the end, he could only spit out 2 words, pervert. Soon Gu Xian appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. Humph. Gu Xian coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze and sneered. Duan Lingtian, don't think I'll be grateful to you. Also, don't be complacent. You're just a grade 1 student of the Star Mastermind Department. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? You can think of a way to breach southern barbaric city? Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Xiao Sun couldn't watch any longer and ridiculed. That's still better than some people's lousy strategy that cheated over 10,000 soldiers to death. I'm really curious, what will happen if His Majesty the Emperor finds out about this? At that time, even if the Prime Minister is able to save your life, the punishment shouldn't be light, right? Gu Xian was angered by Xiao Sun to the point his face went pale. Young Master Gu, you can leave now. Right at this moment, He Weiyan's cold and indifferent voice sounded out. Gu Xian glared angrily at Xiao Sun. Then his icy cold gaze swept past Duan Lingtian once more before leaving. He really got off easy. Xiao Sun's face sank when he saw Gu Xian leave. That might not be the case. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a mysterious and unfathomable expression. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian and Niefan walked side by side into the tent. He Weiyan and the two strategists walked in as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by everyone like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Brother Lingtian, I apologize for what happened last time. He Weiyan looked at Duan Lingtian with a sincere expression. General He, there's no need to be like this. I've already said that you were prejudiced by the interference of some people. Coupled with my age, it's extremely difficult to convince others. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled with an indifferent expression. Brother Lingtian has such bearing at such an age. You'll surely be a peerless figure in the future. He Weiyan spoke in admiration. General He, there's no need to be courteous with me. Let's get down to business. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the model layout of the southern barbaric city before him. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he slowly spoke as he pointed. He had the imposing manner of passing judgment on the world. In his previous life, Duan Lingtian had ingeniously used the 36 stratagems that had been passed down since ancient times in the Hua nation on Earth, such as taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, and borrowing arrows with straw boats. Before long, almost everyone present was immersed in the stratagems that Duan Lingtian formulated. After a long time, wonderful. Too wonderful. Especially this grass boat borrowing arrows. It fully utilized the wide moat outside the southern barbaric city. We originally didn't have many bows and arrows, and if we used bows and arrows to forcefully attack, we could only hold on for a while. But now it's different, we can completely take their arrows for our own use. He Weiyan had been in the army for many years and had abundant experience. His acute sense of smell told him that with the combination of these three stratagems, as long as he grasped the right timing, he would surely be able to take down the southern barbaric city. The other two strategists reacted as well, and they looked at Duan Lingtian as they respectfully bowed. Brother Lingtian is a genius. Niefan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. The shock in his heart wasn't any less than He Weiyan's group of three. Although he'd seen Duan Lingtian's stratagem of crossing the sea by deception, he never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to think of so many brilliant stratagems. Moreover, the three brilliant stratagems that Duan Lingtian spoke of now were even more closely linked. Including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, all the Star Mastermind Department students looked at the violet-clothed youth before them in disbelief. They even wished for nothing more than to break open the youth's head and see what was actually inside. Even the two people who were originally by Gu Xian's side and had always been hostile towards Duan Lingtian could see admiration in each other's eyes when they glanced at each other. The stratagem that we formulated today is only a rough idea. Once we're on the battlefield, we'll have to improvise according to the situation. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw the shock on everyone's faces. The 36 stratagems were the treasures that were passed down from the ancient ancestors of China on Earth in his previous life. If used properly, one would be invincible in battle. I believe that with Brother Lingtian commanding us, we'll surely be able to obtain a great victory. A smile appeared on He Weiyan's face as well, and his eyes seemed to be slightly excited, because he could finally take revenge for the 10,000+ brothers that had died under his command. Then we'll depart 3 days later. Our Crimson WRM army will be in charge of the assault, and your border army will be in charge of the frontal assault. Niefan nodded as well and made the decision. In next to no time, everyone dispersed one after another. 3 days later, They'd set out for southern barbaric city and wash away their previous disgrace. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian when he just returned to the tent and asked, Duan Lingtian, what the heck is in your head? Taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. Sneaking around? Borrowing money with straw boats? I've never heard of these stratagems before. How did you think of them? Also, when Gu Xian left, what did you mean when you said that might not be the case? Duan Lingtian shrugged. Xiao Sun, how do you want me to answer you with so many questions? I can't be bothered with you. When the time comes, you'll naturally know. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly. Xiao Yu, however, seemed to have long since known that this would be the outcome, so he didn't ask a single word. Even so, the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was extremely complicated. Perhaps, being able to become friends with Duan Lingtian in this lifetime could be considered as his greatest gain and honor. Outside Relentless Thriving City, a fine horse galloped out. A young man in a slightly sorry state ceaselessly clamped his legs onto the horse's belly, and the horsewhip in his hand didn't stop, ceaselessly spurring the horse beneath him to speed up without end. After galloping for a few kilometers, the young man noticed that the speed of the horse beneath him had slowed down. In next to no time, the horse directly fell down, foaming at the mouth and not making a sound. Obviously, it had been poisoned to death. The young man's face went grim as he faintly realized that there was something strange about this matter. Right at this moment, Giddy up! Giddy up! 10 tall horses galloped over, and in the blink of an eye, they surrounded the young man in the center. On the 10 horses were 10 middle-aged men in casual clothes, and they were currently staring at the young man with cold and indifferent expressions. Their eyes flickered with bloodthirsty killing intent. You all. I know you, you're a captain of the border army. And you're a captain as well. The young man felt that these people were familiar at the beginning, and in next to no time he recalled them. These people had respectfully obeyed his orders on the battlefield yesterday, and led the army to attack southern barbaric city. Young Master Gu, when you're on the road to hell, remember to apologize to our 10,000+ brothers. One of the captains that was recognized shot an icy cold gaze at the young man, as if he was looking at a dead man. You all. How audacious of you. I'm the son of the Prime Minister, you all dare touch me? The young man was precisely Gu Xian. Gu Xian never imagined that after escaping Relentless Thriving City, he would actually encounter the border army's pursuit, and his expression was incomparably unsightly. The son of the Prime Minister? Another captain sneered. If it wasn't for you being the son of the Prime Minister, do you think you'd be able to walk out of our campsite? If it wasn't for us being worried that the general would be implicated, do you think we would be so kind as to let you leave? That's over 10,000 lives. As he finished speaking, this captain was slightly hysterical. You all can't kill me. You can't kill me. So long as you don't kill me, I'll give you anything you want. Glory, splendor, wealth, a group of beauties, I can give you anything you want. Gu Xian was afraid, he was truly afraid. Chapter 210. Do you think that the lives of over 10,000 of our brothers can be measured by other things? Another captain spoke out with a cold and indifferent voice, and his body even emitted dense killing intent. If something happens to me, aren't you afraid my father will look for trouble with your border army? Gu Xian's face sank when he saw the 10 captains remaining indifferent. Since the soft approach didn't work, he used the hard approach. Instantly, all the captains looked at each other, and in the end they couldn't refrain from laughing. Young Master Gu, everyone knows that our general has already let you go, and you've left Relentless Thriving City. Do you think that even if you died outside, this matter would implicate our general? Others would only think that you encountered bandits on the way, and were robbed of your wealth and life. So, young Master Gu, you don't have to worry about our general. The captains mocked him all at once, causing Gu Xian's face to become more and more unsightly. He naturally knew that what these people said was true. Now he regretted it. He shouldn't have left the border army's campsite. Even if he was shameless, he should have stayed at the border army's campsite and waited for the Crimson Deburum army to return with him. At the very least, he would be able to keep his life like this. No, don't kill me. Gu Xian's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted deep terror. But unfortunately, no matter how he begged for mercy, under the hands of the 10 extremely furious captains, he was unable to escape death in the end, even if he was a third-level origin core stage martial artist. But before these 10 captains of the border army that were like wolves and tigers, he was still unable to withstand a single blow. Gu Xian was killed as expected, and his corpse was buried in the wilderness. Perhaps it would never be discovered by anyone. They're rather nimble. Deep into the night, relentless thriving city, at an inconspicuous corner of the border army's campsite, Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Presently, there were 2 other people standing before Duan Lingtian. Zhangqian and Zhao Gang. Duan Lingtian had just found out about the matter of Gu Xian being killed from Zhangqian and Zhao Gang. Perhaps even those 10 captains of the border army never imagined that everything they did was seen by Zhangqian and Zhao Gang. That Gu Xian's death isn't worth regretting. When Zhangqian and Zhao Gang mentioned Gu Xian, they were extremely angry. They were all high-ranking officers in the army, and they were also furious at the fact that Gu Xian had killed tens of thousands of border soldiers. Alright, it's all in the past. Just wait for the show in 3 days. A confident expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. 3 days later, Shaoxing City once again dispatched troops towards the direction of the Southern Dynasty Kingdom to attack the southern barbarian city that was 15 kilometers away. Infantry made up more than half of the border army, so the Crimson WRM army and the border army combined to form an army of 100,000 still required an entire day's time to head to southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse forward and walked at the front with Niefan and He Weian. They set out early in the morning, and as the sun set in the west, the 100,000-strong army arrived outside a mountain range. The Hengduan Mountains in the distance attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The Hengduan mountain range seemed to have been forcefully split open by an almighty with unparalleled strength. Brother Lingtian, we'll arrive at southern barbaric city after crossing this Hengduan mountain range. We'll be resting on the other side of the Hengduan mountain range tonight. He Weian reminded. Duan Lingtian nodded, but his gaze never left the Hengduan mountain range. What? Brother Lingtian is interested in this Hengduan mountain range? He Weian asked with a smile. I feel that the ravine in the middle of this mountain range doesn't seem to be naturally formed. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Brother Lingtian, there's a legend in our northwest border. According to the legend, a very, very long time ago, 2 experts had once descended here and started a great battle that shook the heavens and the earth. In the end, one of the experts made a move and slashed this mountain range apart with a single strike of his saber. Whereas the ravine in the middle of the Hengduan mountain range, which is this path, was precisely slashed open by that expert with a single strike of his saber. He Weian slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian nodded. This legend was most likely true. Moreover, the strength of that expert wasn't weak. Who knows how many years have passed since that expert made a move? That expert has probably already transformed into a pile of dirt. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In Cloud Continent, even if someone as strong as Emperor Wu had a long lifespan, there would still be an end to it. After passing through the ravine in the middle of the mountain range, the army of 100,000 arrived at the other side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, the sky had already gradually darkened. The army of 100,000 set up numerous tents on the spot. Night descended. Duan Lingtian, sleep early. We still have to attack the southern barbaric city tomorrow morning. Xiao Sun informed Duan Lingtian before returning to his tent and lying down to rest. Xiao Yu followed in as well. They were slightly anticipating the battle to attack the city tomorrow in their hearts. Duan Lingtian, however, wasn't sleepy. Their tent was close to the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto a nearby enormous rock. There was a pool of liquid on the enormous rock. The liquid was crimson in color, and this was a pure color. This. Duan Lingtian walked over, dipped a trace of the liquid, and brought it close to his nose to smell it. It's wine. Instantly, Duan Lingtian noticed that when the smell of wine entered his nose, it actually caused the origin energy in his body to become turbulent. This isn't an ordinary wine. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and he started searching for related records in the lifetime memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Within Cloud Continent, there weren't many wines that had an effect on origin energy. especially a wine that appeared in a remote mountain forest like this. In the end, Duan Lingtian locked onto one of the wines. Monkey wine. Monkey wine was usually brewed from the ferocious beast, stone monkey, and was brewed by the stone monkey by gathering treasures of heaven and earth. When consumed by martial artists below the void-prying stage, it was greatly helpful to their cultivation. Normally, this wine would only appear in places where stone monkeys appeared. Even if it was Samsara Emperor Wu who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, he'd only encountered stone monkeys in 5 places and seized monkey wine. Moreover, his cultivation was already at the void-prying stage at that time, and seizing the monkey wine from the stone monkeys was only for the sake of tasting the strength of the monkey wine. Looks like it's very likely that stone monkeys exist within this Hengduan mountain range. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he silently flashed out and searched all along the way, and he noticed some scattered traces of monkey wine. According to his guess, there ought to be stone monkeys that came here to drink monkey wine. Before long, Duan Lingtian arrived at the foot of a mountain at the side of the Hengduan mountain range. Presently, Duan Lingtian was already extremely far away from the place where the army of 100,000 was garrisoned. Young master. 2 figures silently appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. They were slightly curious. What did the young master come here for in the middle of the night? Could it be that he wants to enter the Hengduan mountain range? Zhangqian Zhaogang. How much do the 2 of you know about this place? Duan Lingtian asked Zhangqian and Zhaogang. Zhangqian pondered for a moment, then said, Young master, according to what we know, there are groups of wild beasts within this Hengduan mountain range, and there are many fierce beasts as well. It's even to the extent that there might be nascent soul stage fierce beasts within. As expected, Duan Lingtian nodded and his eyes lit up. Looks like his guess wasn't wrong. There were surely many stone monkeys within this Hengduan mountain range, and there might even be groups of monkeys. My luck isn't bad. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. The monkey wine was extremely beneficial to him now. If he was able to obtain the monkey wine, he was confident that he would directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Even if he broke through to the origin core stage, it wouldn't take too long. Zhangqian Zhaogang, come with me. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he moved as if transforming into an incomparably swift spirit serpent that directly flashed up the Hengduan mountain range. Although Zhangqian and Zhaogang didn't know why Duan Lingtian would be interested in the Hengduan mountain range, they still followed him. Their duty was to protect Duan Lingtian's safety. After entering the Hengduan mountain range, they naturally encountered many wild beasts and fierce beasts. All of them were easily killed by Duan Lingtian's group of 3. As they continued deeper, they couldn't see any wild beasts anymore. All that pounced at them were fierce beasts, and even with Duan Lingtian's current strength, he still felt pressured. However, with Zhangqian and Zhaogang present, their forward speed didn't slow down. Finally, within a spacious gorge, Duan Lingtian noticed traces of stone monkeys. Stone monkeys were different from ordinary apes. Their bodies were extremely small, yet their speed was like lightning. The weakest adult stone monkey had a strength at the origin core stage. Some of the stronger ones were even comparable to nascent soul stage martial artists. That year, Samsara Emperor Wu encountered several groups of stone monkeys, and there were 2 groups of monkey kings that had stepped into the void-prying stage and had already transformed into demon beasts. I shouldn't be so unlucky, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Presently, Duan Lingtian was hiding on a large tree outside the only exit of the gorge. Zhangqian and Zhaogang followed by Duan Lingtian's side. At this moment, the 2 of them noticed the location of the stone monkeys, and they had puzzled expressions. Young master, what kind of monkey is this? Why do I feel that its size is even smaller than ordinary monkeys? Stone monkey, Duan Lingtian said. What? Stone monkey? Zhangqian and Zhaogang's pupils constricted when they heard Duan Lingtian. Although they'd never seen a stone monkey, they'd heard many rumors about it. Stone monkeys were a type of formidable fierce beast. Most importantly, they knew how to brew a type of spirit wine called monkey wine. This type of spirit wine, when consumed by martial artists below the void-prying stage, was extremely beneficial to their cultivation. The lower the cultivation, the more beneficial it was. For example, if a core formation stage martial artist drank the monkey wine, It was very possible for them to directly break through 1 or 2 levels. I never expected that stone monkeys would actually exist in this Hengduan mountain range. Moreover, it's hidden so well. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's eyes shone as they thought about the monkey wine. Don't be careless. According to my current observation, there's a group of stone monkeys in this gorge. There might even be a monkey king among them. Duan Lingtian's expression was heavy, and he wasn't as optimistic as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Monkey king? Obviously, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't know much about stone monkeys. A monkey king might be a fierce beast, but it might also be a demon beast. Even if it's a fierce beast, it's absolutely in existence at the half-step void stage. Chapter 211. Demon Beast? Half-step void stage? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's pupils constricted, and they had astonished expressions when they heard this. A demonic beast was undoubtedly equivalent to a true emptiness stage expert. Not to mention a demon beast monkey king. Even a half-step void stage monkey king wasn't in existence they could go against. Young master, then will... Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian and were slightly hesitant. Although the monkey wine was good, it was far from being as important as their lives. Act according to the circumstances. Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang along as they lightly flashed through the trees, and everything within the gorge entered their eyes. They could see those stone monkeys standing in groups of 3 to 5 everywhere. Young master, is that monkey wine? Duan Lingtian looked towards the direction Zhang Qian pointed at. There was a small pond there, and the pond was half filled with liquid. The liquid was crimson red. And it was exactly the same color as the monkey wine in the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Right, that's monkey wine. Duan Lingtian nodded. We have to think of a way to steal some monkey wine now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang nodded, as they were extremely interested in the monkey wine as well. How about this, the two of you draw away the surrounding stone monkeys. I'll seize the opportunity to collect the monkey wine, how about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and when he noticed they were slightly hesitant, he instantly scolded with a smile. Do you think I'll harm the two of you? Even the strongest of these stone monkeys is inferior to the two of you. So long as you draw them away at the first possible moment, I can collect the monkey wine. Young master, you can discern their strength? Zhang Qian stared with a face full of astonishment, as he suddenly noticed that this young master was truly omnipotent. The strength of a stone monkey can be determined based on the color of their fur. Look, those 3 stone monkeys have dark yellow fur, and they're minors. Their strength is only at the origin core stage, and they're the youngest amongst these stone monkeys. Those with slightly yellow fur are all adult stone monkeys, and the strongest is at most at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. As for the stone monkeys at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, their fur is slightly closer to dark gold. However, there are no such stone monkeys here. My guess is that the stronger stone monkeys should be in the monkey cave. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkeys in the gorge as if he was familiar with them. Young master, you even know this? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were both astonished. They immediately asked, where is the monkey cave? Behind the forest over there, do you see it? Duan Lingtian pointed to the side of the mountain in the distance. There was a cave shrouded in the forest. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Young master, we'll be off then. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at each other, took a deep breath and said to Duan Lingtian, go. Remember, don't hurt them, or the consequences will be unimaginable. Duan Lingtian nodded, but he was a little nervous. Let's take a gamble. He hoped that there was no monkey king here. Even if there was a monkey king, he hoped that it was not a demon beast. If it was a demonic beast, I wouldn't be able to escape even if I took the monkey wine. Riches and honor were found in danger. Duan Lingtian was taking a gamble now. Samsara Emperor Wu had encountered groups of stone monkeys many times, but only twice had he encountered a demon beast monkey king. He didn't believe that his luck was really so good. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang responded. Their figures flashed and appeared before a group of stone monkeys, startling all the stone monkeys in the canyon. The stone monkeys in groups of 3 to 5 obviously didn't expect that humans would appear, and after being stunned for a moment, they pounced toward Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Even the few stone monkeys that were guarding the pond that contained the monkey wine now chased towards Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Now is the time. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the group of stone monkeys within the canyon chasing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang out of the canyon. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's strength exploded out, and 21 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. At that time, before he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage, Duan Lingtian already had the strength of 19 ancient mammoths. Half a month ago, he broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage and consumed the dragon blood pill to complete the tempering of his fleshly body, so he had the strength of another 2 ancient mammoths. His current strength was even slightly superior to a first-level origin core stage martial artist. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone when he saw the pond that contained the monkey wine coming closer and closer. Now the medicinal cauldron appeared in his hand. This was also the only container in his hand. Bang! Duan Lingtian's body descended onto the ground, and he descended beside the small pond. However, right when Duan Lingtian intended to use the medicinal cauldron to collect the monkey wine, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept out and instantly arrived behind him. Duan Lingtian's body froze. I can't be so unlucky, right? The golden figure that flashed by earlier caused traces of coldness to involuntarily arise within Duan Lingtian's heart. When Duan Lingtian turned around, only through the bright moonlight did he notice that a stone monkey that was completely covered in golden fur had appeared before his eyes. This stone monkey was a few times larger than an ordinary stone monkey, and was only slightly shorter than Duan Lingtian. Presently, its pair of golden eyes were staring at Duan Lingtian, and it revealed traces of hostility. Demon Beast Monkey King. Duan Lingtian's body was slightly stiff. He never imagined that he would really be so unlucky, meeting a Demon Beast Monkey King on his first encounter with a stone monkey. The Demon Beast Monkey King was in existence at the void prying stage. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could discern from the characteristics of the Monkey King before him that this Monkey King wasn't an existence that had just transformed into a demon beast. Its strength was at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. Whoosh! 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 Right at this moment, another group of stone monkeys flashed out from the monkey cave and surrounded Duan Lingtian in the center. Amongst these stone monkeys, there were many existences with dark gold fur. These stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. Some things really couldn't be casually gambled. The group of stone monkeys surrounded Duan Lingtian, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, and were extremely ferocious. It seemed as if so long as the Monkey King gave the order, they would pounce over and tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and recovered his senses. He realized that if he wanted to survive, he could only put in more effort on the Monkey King before him. Demon beasts had already begun to possess human nature, and were able to understand human speech. Respected Monkey King, I have no ill intentions. Duan Lingtian looked at the golden-haired Monkey King that stared coldly at him and tried to communicate with it. Roar! The golden-haired Monkey King roared in a low voice and pointed at the monkey wine in the nearby pool, as if it was angrily denouncing Duan Lingtian as a thief. This Monkey King. I only want to ask for some wine to drink. I have no ill intentions. I didn't harm a single one of your people. Duan Lingtian gestured as he explained. He felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. When had he ever spoken so humbly? And it was even towards a monkey. However, when one was under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower one's head. If he wanted to survive, then he had to have a deep communication with the Monkey King and obtain its forgiveness. Roar, roar, the Monkey King roared twice more, and its icy cold eyes eased up slightly as it pointed towards outside the gorge. You want me to leave? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, as he never imagined that the Stone Monkey King would be so easy to talk to. Can you give me some monkey wine? Realizing that he had escaped danger, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but seize the opportunity, and he pointed at the nearby pool as he probingly asked the Monkey King. Roar, roar! Unexpectedly, the originally docile Monkey King immediately glared at him with its golden eyes, and its body was filled with a dense murderous aura. All right, I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian hurriedly waved his hand and put away the medicinal cauldron in his hand. Under the escort of the stone monkeys, he walked out of the gorge step by step. He thought to himself, in the future, when this young master's strength surpasses yours, I'll teach you a good lesson. Just as Duan Lingtian arrived at the exit of the gorge, roar! A mournful roar of a stone monkey was transmitted over. Not good. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. His first thought was, could it be that Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang didn't listen to him and hurt those stone monkeys? If that was the case, he would really be doomed by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang this time. Just as Duan Lingtian's expression changed, the Monkey King also let out a furious roar. A group of stone monkeys once again surrounded Duan Lingtian, forcing him back. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly, and his heart was filled with trepidation. He only hoped that it wasn't Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang that touched those stone monkeys. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a stone monkey that was twice the size of an ordinary stone monkey with fur between dark gold and gold entered the gorge. Crimson-red blood was still ceaselessly dripping from the claws of this stone monkey. On its back was a stone monkey with dark gold fur. This stone monkey lay on the former's body with its arms hanging down, and its claws flickered with a sheen that was pitch black like ink. Obviously it had been poisoned. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian looked at the stone monkey that carried the poisoned stone monkey in, and his pupils constricted as a trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. This group of stone monkeys seemed to be even more terrifying than he'd imagined. Besides the demon beast Great Monkey King, there was also a half-step void stage Second Monkey King. Wu, the Second Monkey King, put down the poisoned stone monkey on its back before flashing out of the gorge. When it entered once more, it was carrying a jet-black enormous python on its shoulder. The enormous python had already been killed, and there were many marks of being bitten and clawed on the enormous python's body. This enormous python ought to be the spoils of war of the Second Monkey King. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian quickly recognized this enormous python after he searched the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. This was a dark cloud python. Looking at the markings on the dark cloud python's body, Duan Lingtian estimated that its strength ought to be at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Now he'd roughly guessed the sequence of events. It ought to be the dark cloud python that injured the poisoned stone monkey, and the stone monkey was poisoned by the dark cloud python. Later on, the dark cloud python died at the hands of the Second Monkey King. The dark cloud python's poison. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, seeming to have thought of something happy. Now Duan Lingtian was able to discern that the poisoned stone monkey hadn't died, and was only bitten and poisoned. Of course, if it wasn't detoxified in time, this stone monkey wouldn't be able to live for more than an hour. Woo-woo! Right at this moment, the group of stone monkeys swarmed over and dismembered the corpse of the dark cloud python into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 212. Duan Lingtian could tell that this group of stone monkeys was taking revenge for their tribesmen. Very soon, not a single piece of the black cloud python's corpse could be seen. Inner core. Very soon Duan Lingtian saw the inner core of the black cloud python. The Second Monkey King directly grabbed the inner core, stuffed it into its mouth and swallowed it. Its dark golden eyes revealed a vicious expression. And now, after the group of stone monkeys tore apart the black cloud python's corpse, their eyes turned red. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, the killing intent in their eyes didn't seem to dissipate. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. These stone monkeys wouldn't directly pounce on him and tear him into pieces, right? Whoosh! 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 And at this moment, the group of stone monkeys that had been lured away by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang also returned. They looked at the big Monkey King and shook their small heads while gesturing with their monkey claws. Occasionally they would point at Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian couldn't understand what they were gesturing, he could guess that these stone monkeys should be reporting to the big Monkey King about Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. As expected, roar! The big Monkey King looked at Duan Lingtian. Its roar was mixed with anger, as though it was saying that Duan Lingtian had lied to it. Monkey King, don't be agitated. My two friends don't have any evil intentions. Since your tribesmen couldn't catch up to them, it means that their strength is inferior to theirs. If we had any evil intentions, we would have definitely acted against your tribesmen. Duan Lingtian gestured with his hands as he spoke to the big Monkey King. Roar! Just when Duan Lingtian saw that the big Monkey King's emotions had calmed down and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, the second Monkey King suddenly jumped out. Its dark golden eyes emitted a cold light as it stared at Duan Lingtian. Next, it gestured to the big Monkey King. The big Monkey King nodded. Its gaze toward Duan Lingtian also became colder. Not good. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that the two Monkey Kings were brimming with killing intent as they pounced on him. I can save it. When the two Monkey Kings rushed over, Duan Lingtian quickly used his trump card and pointed at the poison stone monkey. Roar! The big Monkey King roared and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, blocking the attack of the two Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could feel that his clothes were completely soaked with sweat. Just now he was so close to death. Roar roar! The great Monkey King roared twice at Duan Lingtian. Its cold golden eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. You don't need to doubt me. I'm an alchemist. Do you understand? Duan Lingtian took out the medicine cauldron from his storage ring and waved it in front of the big Monkey King. Originally, Duan Lingtian didn't expect the Monkey King to understand. Unexpectedly, the big Monkey King hesitated for a moment before lightly nodding. Then it's fine. Alright, ask your people to leave. I'm going to refine medicinal pills for your injured people. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he glanced at the group of stone monkeys that surrounded him before speaking to the big Monkey King. Roar roar! The big Monkey King roared twice in a low voice, and this time it was directed at the group of stone monkeys. For a moment, the group of stone monkeys seemed to know from the big Monkey King that Duan Lingtian could save their clansmen, and they hurriedly left. Their crimson-red eyes calmed down. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Under the gazes of the group of stone monkeys, Duan Lingtian started to refine the pill. If news of what happened today were to spread out, then I'd absolutely be the first alchemist to do so. Making a 4th-level Void Prying Stage Demon Beast Monkey King, a half-step Void Stage Demon Beast Monkey King, and a group of stone monkeys watch me refine pills. Besides me, who would dare do this? At this moment, a trace of complacency actually arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. It seemed as if he'd already completely forgotten that he was refining pills before so many stone monkeys only for the sake of survival. Fortunately, the dark cloud python is only a fierce beast, and its poison is nothing. A grade 9 spirit cleansing pill is able to completely eradicate it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he withdrew a pile of medicinal materials from his spatial ring. At that time, when Duan Lingtian refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the Divine Might Marquis Estate Senior Marquis, he still had half of the medicinal materials left, but he never imagined that he would use them here. Looks like I have to prepare more medicinal materials for the spirit cleansing pill in the future, as it can save my life at a critical moment. Duan Lingtian could imagine that if it wasn't for him just happening to have the medicinal materials to refine the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill in his possession today, his end would surely be the same as the dark cloud python. Duan Lingtian leisurely refined the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill here, whereas Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instead hid outside the gorge with anxious expressions. Why hasn't the young master come out yet? Let's wait a while longer. The young master doesn't seem like a short-lived person. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang could only silently wait in torment. 2 hours later. Whoosh! 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 3 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills flew out from within the cauldron, and were received by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked towards the poisoned stone monkey. The stone monkey's body was cold now, and its face was jet black, as if it was covered in a layer of gloomy clouds. Duan Lingtian helped the stone monkey open its mouth and fed it a grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian placed his hand on the stone monkey's back, intending to use his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal strength of the spirit cleansing pill for the stone monkey. Roar! When the second Monkey King saw this scene, its dark golden eyes went cold, and its body swayed, seeming to want to make a move against Duan Lingtian. Roar! The big Monkey King stopped the second Monkey King in time, as it obviously saw that Duan Lingtian didn't have any ill intentions towards the stone monkey. Seeing that the stone monkey's complexion had recovered, and the poison that had spread to its paws had been removed, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. Success! Woo woo! At this moment, The stone monkey that had been cured of the poison with the help of Duan Lingtian woke up. It looked at Duan Lingtian, and its dark golden eyes flickered with a gentle luster. "It's fine now." Duan Lingtian smiled at the stone monkey and helped it up, including the second monkey king. All the stone monkeys let out excited roars when they saw that their clansmen had recovered. These roars were also heard by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, who were hiding outside the gorge. Zhang Qian, the roars of these stone monkeys seemed to be very excited. Zhang Qian looked at Zhao Gang with a puzzled expression. "Why are you looking at me?" "I don't know." Zhao Gang rolled his eyes at Zhang Qian, then said worriedly, "I wonder how the young master is now?" "Don't worry, the young master will surely be blessed by the heavens." Although Zhang Qian said this, he still had a worried expression on his face. Within the gorge, Duan Lingtian had cured the poison of that stone monkey. Other than dispelling the hostility of the other stone monkeys towards him, he had also removed the poison. The big monkey king also stretched out its paw and pointed at the small pond that contained the monkey wine not far away. It was obviously telling Duan Lingtian that if he wanted the wine, he could go and get it. Duan Lingtian smiled. This big monkey king was quite tactful. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to use the cauldron to collect the monkey wine, Wu Wu, that stone monkey that had been poisoned earlier, roared twice at Duan Lingtian, then transformed into a dark golden shadow and rushed into the monkey cave. When it came out again, it took out a gourd and passed it to Duan Lingtian, nodding its head like a human. "Thanks." Duan Lingtian took the gourd and smiled at the stone monkey. However, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still trembling in fear. But now the bitter end was over. There was no need to steal the monkey wine. The big monkey king directly told him to get it himself. Duan Lingtian took out a gourd of monkey wine and stored it in his storage ring. Only then did he stand up and look at the big monkey king. The big monkey king nodded its head at him. Its golden eyes emitted a gentle luster. "Take these 2 pills. In the future, if any of our tribesmen are poisoned, just let them consume these pills." Duan Lingtian passed the other 2 grade 9 spirit cleansing pills to Great Monkey King. Wu Wu, the eyes of the other stone monkeys lit up. They had just seen the effects of these pills and knew how precious they were. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the other stone monkeys, including the 2 monkey kings, actually bowed to him like a human, causing him to be overwhelmed by the favor. He suddenly felt that these stone monkeys were rather cute. The big monkey king took the 2 pills from Duan Lingtian and actually bowed to Duan Lingtian. This caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of complacency. This was a demon beast at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above. With my current relationship with this group of stone monkeys, if there's any enemy in the future, would I be able to lure him in and ask the monkey king to help me kill him? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But he knew as well that this was only an extravagant hope. It was impossible for him to lure someone to the Hengduan mountain range from afar. "Thank you for the monkey wine. I'll be leaving first. I'll come see all of you if I have the chance in the future." Under the gazes of all the stone monkeys, Duan Lingtian waved his hand to them and walked out of the gorge. He was about to walk out of the gorge. Roar! Suddenly, the big monkey king roared in a low voice. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. This big monkey king wouldn't be regretting it and wants to repay kindness with enmity, right? However, Duan Lingtian still obediently stopped moving, and his scalp went numb as he turned around to look at the big monkey king. Only now did he notice that the big monkey king wasn't enraged, and instead nodded to him before looking at the 2 monkey kings and waving its sharp monkey claws, seeming to be communicating with the 2 monkey kings. What does it want to do? Duan Lingtian was bewildered in his heart. Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian saw the 2 monkey kings nod and directly dash into the monkey cave. In next to no time, the 2 monkey kings came out once more. The 2 monkey kings held a small gourd in their paws, and they passed it over to the big monkey king. The big monkey king took the small gourd and walked over to Duan Lingtian before passing the small gourd to Duan Lingtian. This is. Under his curiosity, Duan Lingtian opened the small gourd and placed it before his nose to smell it. Instantly, a pungent wine fragrance assaulted his nose. Whoosh! The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body suddenly started to roil, causing Duan Lingtian to feel his entire body burn. And he felt a wave of discomfort. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Raging python form. Without the slightest hesitation, Duanling Tian directly circulated his cultivation method, causing his origin energy to circulate according to the cultivation path of the raging python form Bang. Instantly, Duanling Tian noticed to his astonishment that his origin energy actually directly strengthened and broke through the bottleneck. He directly stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage. This, Duanling Tian was dumbstruck. Even if he drank the monkey wine, it was impossible for him to directly break through to the 9th level of the core formation stage in the blink of an eye. At the very least, he would need a few days to digest the alcohol. But now... Chapter 213. Duanling Tian was stupefied, completely stupefied. What kind of wine was in this small gourd? Lowering his head to take a look at the small gourd, he could clearly see that the wine in the small gourd wasn't the vermilion red color of the monkey wine, but was instead closer to the crimson red color of blood. Instantly, the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu flashed past Duanling Tian's mind. Could it be that this is the legendary Monkey King wine? Duanling Tian's heartbeat suddenly sped up, and his chest rose and fell continuously like a bellows. The Monkey King wine had an effect similar to the Void Advancement Pill, and it was a necessary item for the half-step Void Stage Monkey King to break through to become a demon beast. However, the Void Advancement Pill had side effects, but this Monkey King wine didn't. Besides the effect of the Void Advancement Pill, the Monkey King wine could also increase one's cultivation, and its effect was far superior to the Monkey King wine. My luck is too good, right? Duanling Tian couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. After all, even if Reincarnation Emperor Wu had experienced 2 lifetimes and encountered many groups of stone monkeys, he still had no luck to encounter the Monkey King wine. Because once the Monkey King wine was brewed, the half-step Void Stage Monkey King would drink it at the first moment and undergo the transformation of a demon beast. Only the Monkey King wine knew how to brew it. If it wasn't voluntary, no matter how strong the existence, it was unable to force the Monkey King to brew the Monkey King wine. Even Reincarnation Emperor Wu had only heard of the Monkey King wine. He had once used force to force a demon beast, the Monkey King, to brew the legendary Monkey King wine. However, that Monkey King would rather die than brew the Monkey King wine for Emperor Wu. It could be imagined how good Duanling Tian's luck was. The Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. Very quickly, Duanling Tian noticed that the second Monkey King was eagerly staring at the small gourd in his hand, and was obviously somewhat reluctant to part with it. Presumably, this Monkey King wine was prepared to be used to break through to become a demon beast. However, Duanling Tian didn't pay attention to it. To him, the Monkey King wine was something that could only be encountered but not sought. But to the Monkey King, he only needed to spend some time to brew it. Looks like I've obtained the true friendship of these stone monkeys. Duanling Tian knew very well that the fact that the Monkey King could take out the Monkey King wine as a reward meant that the stone monkeys did not treat him as an outsider. Thank you. Duanling Tian smiled at the great Monkey King. After putting away the Monkey King wine, he swaggered out of the canyon under the gaze of the stone monkeys. What he had just faced made Duanling Tian feel like he was in a dream. It was simply playing with his heartbeat. However, all in all, he had gained a lot. Duanling Tian's lips curled into a smile. Young master. After Duanling Tian walked out of the canyon, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang also appeared. Looking at the intact Duanling Tian, they were stunned. Young master, that group of stone monkeys didn't attack you? Earlier, they had seen how Duanling Tian swaggered out slowly. He did not seem like he was escaping. Woo! Suddenly, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang noticed that a stone monkey had jumped onto a tree at the side of the canyon, and it extended out a hand to wave at Duanling Tian like a human. It was precisely the stone monkey that was poisoned from before. Subsequently, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dense group of monkeys dashed out of the canyon and descended onto the tree outside the canyon before waving at Duanling Tian in unison. This, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were instantly petrified. Who could tell them exactly what had happened? Why did these stone monkeys that were chasing them without letting go and were extremely ferocious become docile like little kittens before their young master? Moreover, they noticed it as well. Amongst these stone monkeys, there was no lack of existences with dark gold fur. According to what their young master said, These stone monkeys were all existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, and every single one of them had a strength that wasn't inferior to them. The two of them felt their scalps go numb. In next to no time, their pupils constricted, because they saw two enormous stone monkeys walk out. One of them was over 1.7 meters tall and the other was almost 1 meter tall. Compared to the other stone monkeys that weren't even half a meter tall, they simply stood out like cranes amongst chickens. They wouldn't be monkey kings, right? Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's hearts jerked as this thought suddenly emerged in their minds. They noticed as well that when the other stone monkeys faced these two stone monkeys, their sharp eyes obviously contained a sense of reverence mixed within. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts, reverence that came from the soul. Big Monkey King, Second Monkey King, and you group of little stone monkeys will meet again if fate allows. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the entire group of monkeys come out, including the two Monkey Kings, and he waved his hand to bid them farewell. The Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King nodded to Duan Lingtian like a human. "Let's go," Duan Lingtian called out to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang before directly heading down the Hengduan mountain range, preparing to return to the camp. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were startled awake as they hurriedly followed him. They couldn't help but turn their heads from time to time, only to discover that after Duan Lingtian left, the group of stone monkeys had successively returned to the gorge. "Young master," the Zhang Qian fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He had too many doubts in his heart. "My luck wasn't bad. A stone monkey was poisoned and I just happened to be able to detoxify it. After that, they treated me as one of their own. Do you have any bottles or other containers on you?" As Duan Lingtian spoke, he asked Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang at the same time. The two of them naturally guessed Duan Lingtian's intentions. Their eyes lit up as they each took out a medicinal pill bottle. They only had this kind of container on them. Duan Lingtian took the medicinal pill bottle, took out the large gourd that contained the monkey wine, and filled the medicinal pill bottle for the two of them. "This is the monkey wine?" Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang took a deep breath and greedily smelled the fragrance of the monkey wine. "Yes, this is the monkey wine. However, the increase in your cultivation shouldn't be obvious, as you're both 7th level nascent soul stage martial artists after all." Duan Lingtian nodded. As for the Monkey King wine, Duan Lingtian didn't take it out, nor did he mention it. Although Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang could be considered as one of his own, they would have to leave his side sooner or later. Moreover, the Monkey King wine was limited, and it was only enough to be distributed to those close to him. Moreover, once the Monkey King wine was exposed, it would surely cause a group of half-step void stage experts to plunder it. "It's fine, we just want to try something new and see what's different about the legendary monkey wine." Zhang Qian shook his head and smiled. Zhao Gang nodded as well, obviously thinking the same as Zhang Qian. "Right, young master, those two enormous stone monkeys from before, you called them Big Monkey King and Second Monkey King?" Zhang Qian recalled the scene from before and couldn't help but ask. "That's right. The stone monkey that's almost 1 meter tall and has fur that's between dark gold and gold is the Second Monkey King. The Second Monkey King is only a step away from breaking through to the void prying stage, and its strength is comparable to a half-step void stage expert." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Half-step void stage?" Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gasped. To them, the Second Monkey King was sufficient to easily kill them. "Young master, the other one." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's heartbeats suddenly sped up, and they faintly guessed in their hearts, but didn't dare confirm it. "The golden-haired stone monkey that's only slightly shorter than me is the Great Monkey King. This Big Monkey King is a demon beast Monkey King, an existence comparable to the void prying stage. According to my estimations, its strength is at least at the 4th level of the void prying stage." Duan Lingtian continued. "Demon beast Monkey King? Its strength is at the 4th level of the void prying stage or above." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were petrified once more, and only recovered from their shock after a long time, and they felt their scalps go numb. Earlier, they cooperated with the young master to steal the monkey wine under the eyes of this group of stone monkeys. Unknowingly, they noticed that their clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's expressions of lingering fear, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. "I never imagined that the group of stone monkeys in this transverse mountain range would be so terrifying. I was originally thinking that if there was only a half-step void stage Monkey King, we would still be able to escape unscathed after stealing the monkey wine. But who knew that there was actually a demon beast Monkey King among them, and I didn't even have the time to collect the monkey wine before I was stopped by it. Recalling the scene from before, Duan Lingtian felt his heart tremble with fear. We were lucky this time, young master. You were able to cure their clansmen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had a slight lingering fear in their hearts. However, I can be considered to have gotten what I wanted now. Duan Lingtian waved the large bottle gourd in his hand and lightly smiled. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang smiled as well. Right, don't spread the news that there's a group of stone monkeys here. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a serious expression as he warned Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Although the group of stone monkeys wasn't afraid of the people of the Crimson Sky Kingdom disturbing them, Duan Lingtian still didn't wish for someone to break their peaceful life. To a certain extent, he could be considered to have acknowledged the group of stone monkeys, and took the group of stone monkeys to be his friends. Don't worry, young master. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. Before long, Duan Lingtian returned to the foot of the mountain. Meanwhile, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang concealed themselves once again. Duan Lingtian took a sip of the Monkey King wine before returning to his tent. After returning to his tent, he swallowed the Monkey King wine in his mouth. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a terrifying force ceaselessly charging at the meridians in his body, as well as his blood, flesh, and bones. Fortunately, the toughness of his body far surpassed an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would surely explode and die. Even then, Duan Lingtian still felt a wave of heart-wrenching pain come from his entire body. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was drenched in sweat. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and didn't dare hesitate in the slightest, as he hurriedly circulated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign techniques, Raging Python Form Mental Cultivation Method. Under the efforts of Duan Lingtian, the Monkey King wine transformed into a force that followed the Raging Python Form's mental cultivation method to circulate. His cultivation that had just broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage increased at an extremely swift speed. In the end, it was stuck at the final bottleneck. Even then, more than half of the Monkey King wine's force still remained within Duan Lingtian's body. Chapter 214. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's mood surged. However, he wasn't in a hurry to refine the dragon blood pill, as the temporary tent he was currently in didn't have much extra space. He couldn't go out of the tent and refine it, right? Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian calmed his mood and fell into a deep sleep. Dawn would arrive in a few hours, and at that time, the army of 100,000 would directly charge towards the southern barbaric city. As the military advisor of this battle, Duan Lingtian needed to conserve his energy and build up his strength. The sky hadn't completely brightened yet, but the army of 100,000 had already set out in a formidable array. Duan Lingtian, Niefan, and He Wei spurred their horses at the front, and they quickly arrived at the moat outside of the southern barbaric city. Under the command of Duan Lingtian, the army of 100,000 put down the scarecrows and bamboo raft components they carried with them. The bamboo rafts took shape, and a pile of scarecrows stood on half of the bamboo rafts. Within the morning mist, the army of 100,000 set out along the moat and launched a surprise attack. Release the arrows. Along with Duan Lingtian's command, the army of 100,000 drew the bows in their hands, and countless arrows whistled out, killing the group of southern barbaric city guards on the city wall who hadn't even reacted yet. At this moment, the southern barbaric city's beacons rose up as they started their counterattack. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 continued forward. However, in front of the army of 100,000, there were dense clusters of straw boats opening up a path. Within the morning mist, the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall could only vaguely see a few figures, and then they drew back their arrows, causing countless arrows to whistle out and descend onto the scarecrows one by one. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 was completely unharmed. Miraculous, miraculous! All the Star Mastermind Department students, including He Wei and Niefan, couldn't help but sigh. This was the act of borrowing arrows with straw boats. Only when they really saw this scene occur did they realize how terrifying the violet-clothed youth that stood at the side was. While chatting, the enemy was annihilated. It was nothing more than this. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just when the southern barbaric city guards thought that the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 had run out of arrows, another wave of arrows whistled out and killed the southern barbaric city guards on the city wall one by one. How is this possible? How could they have so many arrows? No, this isn't real. Over time, the guards of southern barbaric city were completely dumbfounded, to the extent that not a single person dared to stick their head out from atop the city wall. Success! He Weiyan cheered excitedly. Commander Nya, please lead the 10,000 Crimson Double-Arm Army soldiers under your command, and take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the enemy's campsite. As for us, we'll coordinate with you from the inside and outside, and launch a pincer attack on them. Duan Lingtian looked at Nya Fun and lightly nodded. In front of outsiders, he didn't directly address Nya Fun as Big Brother Nya. Good. When this battle is over, we won't go home until we're drunk. Nya Fun laughed heartily as he led the 100,000 Crimson Double-Arm Army troops to climb over the wall and enter southern barbaric city under the circumstances where the defending army of southern barbaric city was caught off guard. Plotting in the dark. Then he would take drastic measures to deal with it. This was Duan Lingtian's 3 stratagem. At this moment, the nearly 90,000 officers and officers of the border army, and the group of Paladin Academy students were still concealed behind the straw boats and concealed within the morning mist. So long as someone stuck their head out from atop the city wall of southern barbaric city, they would be directly shot to death. It was precisely because of this that Nya Fun led the 10,000 Crimson Double-Arm Army troops to easily sneak into southern barbaric city. Haha. I, He Weiyan, have been in the army for many years, but it's still the first time I've fought such a satisfying battle. He Weiyan had an excited expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian, and the space between his brows emitted deep reverence. General He, don't be so excited. It wouldn't be too late to be excited after we've breached southern barbaric city. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled with a carefree expression. Meanwhile, the surrounding group of Paladin Academy students looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained deep reverence mixed within. Especially those 300-star General Department students. They were even more excited. The last time they came, they didn't even make a move before retreating. This time they had the chance to shed blood on the battlefield, display what they'd learned, and strive for military merits. Within southern barbaric city, within the spacious campsite, a group of generals and strategists were gathered together, and their expressions were unsightly. What happened today is truly strange. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army to have so many sharp arrows. A strategist frowned, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. I think it's strange as well. Moreover, we've obviously shot and killed many of their people, but their attack didn't slow down in the slightest. Don't they only have an army of 100,000 remaining? How could they possibly launch such a powerful attack after so many people have died? Another strategist nodded, and his tightly knit brows were unable to loosen for a long time. Our soldiers utterly don't dare stick their heads out from the city walls now, as those that stick their heads out will surely die. I'm afraid it won't be long before the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army will arrive at the city walls. A general's face was covered in worry. Kill. Suddenly, right at this moment, an explosive sound abruptly sounded out within the campsite, causing the group of generals and strategists that were gathered together to be dumbstruck. In next to no time, they saw the 10,000-plus Crimson Double-Arm Army approaching them head-on. It's the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Crimson Double-Arm Army. Oh my god! How did they sneak in? One by one, the generals and strategists were quickly drowned by the Crimson Double-Arm Army. Swish! Bang! A firework whistled out from within southern barbaric city before exploding in the sky. Charge in! Duan Lingtian's voice was loud as he abruptly ordered, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The border army that had been restrained for a few days instantly launched an attack on the city. For a time shouts of battle shook the heavens, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. When faced with the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had been thrown into disorder by the surprise attack of the Crimson Double-Arm Army, the border army easily blasted open the city gates and directly attacked the root of the problem, launching a one-sided slaughter. The Crimson Double-Arm Army and the border army cooperated with each other from the inside and outside, and easily killed the Southern Champion Kingdom's army that had their morale greatly reduced. In a single day, half of Southern Barbaric City flowed with blood like a river. Kill! Duan Lingtian had joined the battle now. Now the battle was one-sided, and there was already no need for him to command. Swish! The violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out as if it had transformed into a violet bolt of lightning, and every time it flashed out, it would take the life of a Southern Champion Kingdom's soldier. Bang! Beside Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's eyes had turned red from killing. Seeing the Southern Champion Kingdom's soldiers that were about to die under his sword being killed by Xiao Sun first, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but glare. Xiao Sun, don't steal my business. Xiao Sun laughed embarrassedly and continued pouncing forward, killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Duan Lingtian's mood surged, and he only felt the blood in his entire body start to boil. Only when the Southern Champion Kingdom only had a group of surrendered soldiers left did the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army stop their slaughter. Now what Duan Lingtian stepped on were either corpses or blood. Everyone's clothes were soaked in blood. Victory! Victory! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! Duan Lingtian! The imposing manner of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army was like a rainbow, and they were currently madly shouting Duan Lingtian's name. Because they knew that if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian today, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the group of brothers that died a few days ago. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, they would be unable to breach Southern Barbaric City and hold their heads high. Southern Barbaric City was the same as Relentless Thriving City. Half of the city was a campsite, and the other half was a place where people gathered. However, attacking a city and plundering it without harming the commoners was practically a tacit understanding between the various kingdoms. So, although the residents of the northern half of Southern Barbaric City were sorrowful, they didn't think of fleeing. Defeated. We've lost. How can this be possible? A few days ago, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's 110,000-strong army was forced back by our Southern Champion Kingdom's army, and we lost over 10,000 people. Now, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army is at most 100,000 strong. How could they possibly directly break through our Southern Barbaric City's line of defense? I heard that a military advisor with extraordinary wisdom appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army, and with unparalleled strategy, they breached Southern Barbaric City without losing a single person. Without losing a single person? Impossible, right? Yeah, how could there be no deaths in war? It's true. I heard that only 100+ soldiers of the Crimson Sky Kingdom were injured, and not a single person died. For a time, the military advisor with extraordinary wisdom of the Crimson Sky Kingdom became the focus of discussion of the residents of Southern Barbaric City. That night cheers covered the heavens and the earth within Southern Barbaric City, and it practically didn't stop for a moment. It was precisely the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 that was celebrating. Brother Lingtian, let me toast you. He Weian raised a bowl of wine with a flushed face. He'd been in the army for many years, but it was the first time he'd had such an accomplishment. Without losing a single soldier, he'd taken down Southern Barbaric City that had been in a stalemate with Relentless Thriving City for many years. He knew that his name would surely be left in the annals of history, and be passed down for generations to come. Of course, he also knew that from today onwards, not only would the youth before him be famous throughout the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, his name would even spread throughout the Southern Champion Kingdom. In the future, the army of the Southern Champion Kingdom would probably flee upon hearing the name of this youth. General He. Duan Lingtian picked up a bowl of wine and drained it before directly drinking it. Come drink. Niefan was extremely excited as well. Presently, even the old man standing behind Niefan looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze that flickered with a trace of extraordinary splendor. This youth had simply opened up a new path for the Crimson Sky Kingdom. All those years ago, even the senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate didn't have such a terrifying accomplishment. Without losing a single soldier, annihilating the Southern Barbaric City's army of 100,000. Simply heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian, you're the pride of our Paladin Academy. In the distance, a Star General Department senior student stood up and looked at Duan Lingtian as he drank the wine in his bowl in one gulp. Exactly, you're the pride of Paladin Academy. For a time, all the other Paladin Academy students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, stood up and toasted Duan Lingtian one after another. Breaching the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city, this time was a brilliant military merit. It could be imagined that when they returned this time, they would all receive rewards. This had an extremely great effect on their future. Moreover, they were clear that all this was given to them by Duan Lingtian. Thank you, young Master Lingtian, for helping us brothers take revenge. Chapter 215. Come cheers. Duan Lingtian was infected by the atmosphere as well, and he stood up with a heroic spirit that shot up to the clouds as he finished the wine in one gulp. In his previous life, he was born in the army, so he quickly got along well with the 100,000 officers and soldiers present, drinking until deep into the night before resting. Early the next morning, a group of people left southern barbaric city and headed towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It was precisely the Crimson WRM army. Now that southern barbaric city had been completely captured, the next matter was the border army's matter. As reinforcements, their mission had already been completed. Now they returned to the imperial city. The 10,000-plus cavalries of the Crimson WRM army only spent a few hours to traverse the Hengduan mountain range and arrive at the Crimson Sky Kingdom's relentless thriving city. The residents of Relentless Thriving City stood outside the city as they watched the Crimson WRM army depart into the distance, and all of them were extremely excited. Deep into the night last night, a troop of cavalry from the border army brought back the news of the capture of southern barbaric city, causing many residents of southern barbaric city to be excited to the point they couldn't sleep for the entire night. The Crimson WRM army has once again displayed its invincible might. The success of the Crimson WRM army's surprise attack this time was all thanks to that young military advisor, Duan Lingtian. Truly unbelievable. A mere 18-year-old youth is actually able to command an army of 100,000 and capture southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. From today onwards, this Duan Lingtian's name will surely spread throughout the Crimson Sky Kingdom and be passed down for generations to come. I've recalled the son of the Prime Minister, Gu Xian. He's completely unable to compare with Duan Lingtian. At that time, he had an army of 110,000 under his command, but not only was he unable to capture southern barbaric city, he even caused the deaths of over 10,000 border army officers. Gu Xian? In my eyes, he can't even compare to a single strand of Duan Lingtian's hair. Yet he's still the son of the Prime Minister? He's truly a disgrace to our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The residents of Relentless Thriving City deeply remembered the name Duan Lingtian, and they also deeply remembered the name Gu Xian. The former caused them to respect him. The latter caused them to despise him. The Crimson WRM army arrived in a formidable array, and returned in a formidable array. All in all, the reinforcements trip this time could be considered a complete success. Duan Lingtian and Niefan galloped their horses side by side at the front of this 10,000-strong troop, and the taciturn old man followed behind the two of them like a shadow. Let's go back. I wonder what His Majesty will reward us with when we return this time. Our rewards should be about the same. I'm curious as to what His Majesty will reward the Duan Lingtian. The group of Paladin Academy students were in a heated discussion. Duan Lingtian could be said to be the core force behind the capture of southern barbaric city this time. And if it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army would be utterly incapable of accomplishing this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's reward would be of the highest grade as well. They didn't doubt this at all. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked side by side, and both of their faces revealed knowing smiles. The journey to the battlefield this time caused their blood to boil, and they were incomparably delighted. When we return this time, that fellow Tian who will surely complain again. That's for sure. A bright smile appeared on both of their faces. 2 months later, the group once again returned to the imperial city. Little Tian, you'll personally lead the Paladin Academy members back. I'll first lead the Crimson WRM army back to the campsite, then I'll go look for my father and enter the palace together to see His Majesty. Outside the imperial city, Niefan said to Duan Lingtian. The Crimson WRM army campsite was outside the imperial city. Duan Lingtian nodded. Students of Paladin Academy, follow Duan Lingtian back. Niefan loudly ordered. Instantly, the group of Paladin Academy students led by Duan Lingtian entered the imperial city in a formidable array. When they left, there were a total of 312 students in Paladin Academy. Now there were 311 people. The person missing was precisely Gu Xian, who had left Relentless Thriving City 2 months ago. He was also the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, Gu Yuting. As expected, when Duan Lingtian's group returned to Paladin Academy, they caused a great stir. They've returned so quickly? Yeah, even if they rode horses, it would take at least 4 months to travel from here to the northwest border. Now they've returned in less than 5 months. In other words, they've stayed in the northwest border for less than a month. Is the Southern Champion Kingdom's army so useless? Presently it was afternoon. Many Paladin Academy students had gathered at the Paladin Academy's martial arts practice grounds, and they were discussing animatedly. In next to no time, along with the group of students that followed behind Duan Lingtian, they quickly found out the sequence of events. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without expending a single soldier. This caused those students that didn't head to the northwest border to be dumbstruck. When they found out that all this was due to Duan Lingtian's contribution, the gazes they looked at Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. No matter if it was a junior student or a senior student. As for Duan Lingtian, who was the center of attention, when he saw the group of students return to Paladin Academy, he greeted Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, then directly slipped away and returned home. Duan Lingtian's breathing became slightly hurried as he stood before the entrance of his own courtyard house. I've returned. Following Xiong Quan opening the courtyard house door, Duan Lingtian walked in with large strides. Young master! Young master! In the front courtyard, the manager, Jingru, and the 2 servant girls respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. After Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to them, he impatiently walked into the rear courtyard. In the rear courtyard, the 2 little girls were sitting around Li Ro, as if they didn't notice Duan Lingtian's return. Tian. Only when Li Ro noticed Duan Lingtian did the 2 little girls react, as if they were struck by lightning. Mom, I'm back. Duan Lingtian's face revealed a brilliant smile. In a few more days, it would be a full 5 months since he left. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Li Ro's face revealed a smile, and she obviously heaved a sigh of relief. Young master! Scoundrel! The 2 little girls transformed into 2 bursts of fragrant wind, one from the left and one from the right, and threw themselves into Duan Lingtian's embrace, tightly hugging Duan Lingtian. I'm back. Duan Lingtian embraced the 2 girls in his embrace, and between his brows revealed a trace of excitement. Hiss hiss, right at this moment, a black and a white bolt of lightning flashed over and directly landed on Duan Lingtian's hand. They lightly nodded to Duan Lingtian, as if welcoming Duan Lingtian's return. Haha! Little white, little black. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly and greeted the 2 little pythons. An entire afternoon and entire night, Duan Lingtian tossed everything to the back of his mind, and stuck close to the 2 little girls in the spacious room, making love. Only when it was deep into the night did he fall into a deep sleep while hugging the 2 little girls with a satisfied expression. At this moment, Duan Lingtian didn't know. Presently, many people throughout the imperial city were bound to be unable to sleep. In the afternoon, along with the Divine Might Marquis and his son entering the imperial palace, the news of the battle at the northwest border spread out from the imperial palace. The Crimson Sky Kingdom's army captured the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city in one go. But the first to take credit for this wasn't the Crimson Deburim Army's commander, Nye Fan, nor was it the Border Army's general, He Wei-an. It was instead Duan Lingtian. The name Duan Lingtian once again swept through the entire imperial city, and became the hot topic of discussion in the various restaurants. I truly never imagined that not only does Duan Lingtian's natural talent in the martial Dao is heaven-defying, he's also so awesome when it comes to commanding an army. He's simply taking every possibility into account and winning every battle. All-round talent, all-round talent. Our Crimson Sky Kingdom being able to produce a Duan Lingtian is truly our Crimson Sky Kingdom's fortune. Exactly, Duan Lingtian is indeed a peerless genius. However, compared to Duan Lingtian, that Prime Minister Gu's son, Gu Xian, is a freak. He's indeed a freak. An army of 110,000 that obeyed his orders didn't even touch the city walls of southern barbaric city, yet over 10,000 people died. Whereas the southern champion kingdom's army suffered less than 1,000 casualties. What prime minister's son ba? No matter if it was the imperial city's outer city or inner city, there were similar discussions everywhere. All of them were elevating Duan Lingtian and belittling Gu Xian. After all, the two of them formed a sharp contrast. Unlike the imperial city that was buzzing with activity, the prime minister's estate was deathly silent. Within the spacious audience hall, a middle-aged man with a medium build dressed like a scholar stood there, ceaselessly pacing back and forth. Prime Minister. Before long, an aged old man walked in with large strides. The old man's eyes were dazzling like an array of stars, and his footsteps were steady. Obviously, his cultivation wasn't low. How is it? The middle-aged man asked in a low voice. Although no expression could be seen on his face, his anxious eyes completely exposed his anxious heart at this moment. Prime Minister, I've asked. They said that the young master had already left thriving economy city by himself 2 months ago, and returned to the imperial city. The old man spoke slowly. What? The middle-aged man's face went grim, and his pupils constricted. What actually happened? Prime Minister, supposedly, the almost 90,000 officers of the border army requested for orders from General He Weian to kill the young master. Later on, for the sake of the young master's safety, General He Weian privately allowed the young master to leave. The old man spoke again. Xian, how could you leave by yourself? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and he was slightly dazed. As the Prime Minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Gu Yuting's wisdom was extraordinary, and ordinary people couldn't compare to it. He knew that his son had most likely been killed, but he could only suffer in silence, because this matter couldn't be blamed on the border army anymore. How's the news outside now? Gu Yuting took a deep breath, and his wise eyes emitted traces of a ghastly flowing light as he forcefully suppressed the sorrow in the depths of his heart. The old man was slightly hesitant when he heard this. There's no need to worry, speak. Gu Yuting's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he looked at the old man. Yes. The old man nodded, and truthfully told Gu Yuting some of the discussions that were currently giving rise to much discussion in the imperial city. After he finished speaking, the corners of the old man's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Duan Lingtian? He's indeed a rare genius. Chapter 216. Because of Princess Bai Yao, the young master hates him to the bone. The old man slowly nodded when he heard Gu Yuting's question. Princess Bai Yao. Unfortunately, my son doesn't have the life to marry her. Cold lights flickered within Gu Yuting's eyes. However, the people outside actually belittled my son and praised that Duan Lingtian. Since Xian hates him, then there's no need for him to remain in this world. As Gu Yuting finished speaking, he had a calm expression. It was as if he'd transformed into a judge that could easily decide a person's life and death. Perhaps in his eyes, he'd never taken Duan Lingtian and the Duan clan behind Duan Lingtian seriously. My lord, that Duan Lingtian contributed the most to the capture of southern barbaric city by our Crimson Sky Kingdom's army this time. His Majesty the Emperor will probably heavily reward him, think highly of him, and take him to be a pillar of the kingdom. The old man slightly frowned and seemed to be slightly hesitant. So what? Gu Yuting indifferently said. My son is already doomed, so let me complete his final wish. He hates this Duan Lingtian to the bone, so I'll kill this Duan Lingtian to comfort his soul in heaven, and it can be considered as doing something for him one last time. Even though he guessed that his son had already died, Gu Yuting still quickly recovered his calm. If Duan Lingtian was here, he would surely feel fear towards Gu Yuting, because this sort of person was what he hated the most, and was also the most gloomy and terrifying. Early morning the next day. Within the spacious room, Duan Lingtian was served by the two little girls to put on his clothes before walking out of the room in large strides. After eating breakfast, he went to Paladin Academy. Everywhere he passed, it unsurprisingly caused a stir. Duan Lingtian, I like you. Right at this moment, a nearby female student roared at Duan Lingtian with a red face. Duan Lingtian was stunned. The surrounding group of students were stunned as well, Then a wave of booing sounded out. I like you too. Duan Lingtian smiled at the female student and continued to walk forward. Instantly, some of the other female students looked at the female student who spoke earlier with envious gazes. Subsequently, they imitated her. Duan Lingtian, I like you. Duan Lingtian, I like you. In the face of these enthusiastic female students, Duan Lingtian returned a smile. I like you too. All the Paladin Academy students present had a favorable impression of Duan Lingtian's calmness. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a person was walking towards them from afar. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had never thought that the other party would take the initiative to greet him, and in such a friendly manner at that. The person before him was none other than Su Qing. Su Qing, you've changed. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. The current Su Qing lacked the arrogance of the past. Instead, he was much calmer. At the very least, the feeling he gave Chan she wasn't as loathsome as before. Obviously, the incident from before had caused Su Qing to change a lot. I still have to thank you for allowing me to see many things clearly. Also, your chain of 3 strategies is admirable. Su Qing had a friendly expression as he replied with a smile. After being defeated by Duan Lingtian the last time, Su Qing was silent for a few days before recovering. He'd thought about many things clearly and had taken Duan Lingtian to be his target, so he moved forward courageously. This time, as a Grade 2 student of the Star General Department, he joined the Crimson WRM Army and headed to the northwest border together. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian strategizing and felt admiration in his heart. Perhaps from that moment onwards, the resentment he had towards Duan Lingtian in his heart had completely vanished. You're not bad as well, you've actually broken through to the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he smiled mysteriously. You can even tell? Su Qing was stunned. He'd broken through on the way back to the Imperial City this time, and he'd just broken through less than a month ago. He was sure that he hadn't revealed his strength at the origin core stage before anyone. However, he'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be able to see through it with a single glance. Duan Lingtian, you're indeed out of the ordinary. How about we be friends? Su Qing's face was filled with anticipation. Aren't we friends now? Duan Lingtian smiled. Su Qing smiled as well. Then I won't disturb you any longer, I'm going to class. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. The short exchange between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing shocked the surrounding crowd of people. Could it be that this is the legendary no discord, no concord? Perhaps. Many people sighed with emotion. Amongst them, some had even personally witnessed the confrontation between Duan Lingtian and Su Qing. At that time, Su Qing wished for nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. But now, these two people had actually become friends. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Right, Duan Lingtian said earlier that Su Qing has already broken through to the origin core stage? It seems so. I never imagined that after an origin core stage martial artist appeared in our Paladin Academy's first year. An origin core stage martial artist also appeared in our second year. In next to no time, the topic of the crowd of students shifted to Su Qing. When Duan Lingtian walked into the classroom, he noticed that besides Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, everyone was looking at him with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian, good job. You've really done well for our Star Mastermind Department's first years. Amazing. The crowd of students in the class looked at Duan Lingtian and weren't stingy with their words of praise. Duan Lingtian returned each and every one of them with a smile. Haha. Duan Lingtian, not long after you left yesterday afternoon we saw that fellow Tian Hu. He even said that he'd settle the score with you at noon. Xiao Sun laughed. Settle the score with me? Settle what score? Duan Lingtian was stunned and felt that it was slightly strange. What else could it be? It's naturally the matter of you not helping him get a quota to join the reinforcement army. Xiao Yu laughed as well. F***K. The two of you sold me out just like that? Duan Lingtian glared at them. These two fellows were really unreliable. We didn't sell you out, he guessed it himself. Xiao Sun shrugged and lightly smiled. Right at this moment, Sima Zhongfeng walked into the classroom and stood on the platform. His deep gaze then descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it contained a complicated feeling. Even he never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually had the natural talent of a strategist that was able to lead an army and fight a war. Leading an army of 100,000 to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier, such a battle achievement could be used as a teaching material. Borrowing an arrow from a straw boat, secretly plotting in Chun Song, taking drastic measures to deal with the situation, adding on the ability to cross the sea by deception. Duan Lingtian, you're really not simple. Sima Zhangfeng glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he laughed. Teacher, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled modestly. Lucky? It wasn't only Sima Zhangfeng. The corners of the mouths of the group of students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, couldn't help but twitch. This could be called lucky? Just when Sima Zhangfeng didn't know what to say, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Paladin Academy's Vice Dean Zhan Xiong. Zhan Xiong nodded to Sima Zhangfeng, then looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Duan Lingtian, His Majesty wants to see you. Come with me. Whoosh! Zhan Xiong's words naturally caused a stir within the classroom as expected. Their Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor wanted to summon Duan Lingtian? Looks like Duan Lingtian is going to be lucky. I guessed it long ago. This time, Duan Lingtian commanded the army to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city and brought honor to the Crimson Sky Kingdom. His Majesty will surely be extremely happy and naturally can't avoid rewarding Duan Lingtian based on his contributions. I wonder what His Majesty will reward Duan Lingtian. Can't we just wait for Duan Lingtian to return and ask? Within the classroom, the students whispered in discussion. Only when Sima Zhangfeng intentionally coughed twice did the entire classroom return to its tranquility. Duan Lingtian followed behind Zhan Xiong and walked out of Paladin Academy. Outside the academy, a luxurious carriage was waiting there, and on both sides of the carriage were 2 squads of armored soldiers. Acting as the coachman was a young soldier. These armors don't seem to belong to the city guard. Could it be that they belong to the imperial army that guards the imperial palace? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Vice Dean Lord Lingtian, this way please. When the young soldier saw Zhan Xiong and Duan Lingtian arrive, he leaped down from the carriage and respectfully welcomed them into the carriage. When facing Duan Lingtian, a heartfelt reverence appeared on the young soldier's face. As a member of the army, he greatly admired Duan Lingtian's actions at the northwest border. Vice Dean, they're the Imperial Army? Sitting in the carriage, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhan Xiong and asked curiously. Exactly, they're the Imperial Army. Zhan Xiong lightly nodded, then said with a smile, It's all thanks to you this time. Normally, even if I wanted to enter the Imperial Palace, I would prepare my own carriage. But this carriage was personally ordered by His Majesty the Emperor to be prepared for you. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace was grand and imposing. Numerous palaces stood in the distance, and they seemed to be extraordinarily grand. Now the carriage that carried Duan Lingtian entered the Imperial Palace as if it was entering a place without anyone, and they quickly arrived before a palace at the center of the Imperial Palace. Under the escort of the young Imperial Army soldiers that acted as the coachmen, Duan Lingtian and Zhan Xiong walked into the palace. Within the palace, it was a dazzling sight that caused one to be dazzled. After walking into the palace, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were already 4 people present within the palace. The Divine Might Marquis Nieyuan and his son stood at the side. On the golden throne, an old man in his 60s that wore a dragon robe sat firmly there. Although he was old, the dignified aura of a person of high status was the most oppressive amongst all the people Duan Lingtian had seen. However, this bit of dignified aura was unable to affect Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Duan Lingtian guessed it. This old man in his 60s ought to be the current emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At the side of the emperor stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed like a refined scholar. His eyes flickered with a sheen of wisdom, and he had a carefree expression and an extraordinary bearing. If he saw such a figure at any other time, Duan Lingtian would surely praise him in his heart. However now, slight vigilance arose in Duan Lingtian's heart when facing this person, because when he'd just entered the palace, he'd noticed a trace of faint killing intent that enveloped his body. That strand of killing intent flashed before vanishing. Chapter 217. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and quickly guessed the other party's identity. Besides Prime Minister Gu Yuting, there shouldn't be anyone else that was able to stand on the side of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and had such a demeanor. This Gu Yuting actually aroused killing intent towards me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and faintly guessed the reason. Presently, not only within Paladin Academy, even the entire imperial city was comparing him with Gu Yuting's son, Gu Xian, and imperceptibly stepping on Gu Xian and praising him. Presumably, this Gu Yuting had aroused killing intent towards him because of this. The dignified Prime Minister of the Crimson Sky Kingdom was actually so narrow-minded. Vigilance arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. He was able to discern that this Gu Yuting was extremely difficult to deal with, as he was a person that was adept at concealing his heart. After the killing intent from before flashed and disappeared, Gu Yuting didn't have any other unusual actions. A person that was able to conceal his emotions so perfectly was absolutely not a simple figure. Long live your majesty. Zhan Xiong respectfully bowed to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor and slightly bowed. Vice Dean Zhan, you may rise. The emperor nodded and slowly spoke. Your majesty. Duan Lingtian looked at the emperor and lightly nodded as he bowed. The emperor slightly frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian's actions, whereas Gu Yuting, who stood at the side, had already coldly shouted. Audacious Duan Lingtian. Why don't you kneel when you see his majesty? Could it be that you really think that you can be mentioned in the same breath as Vice Dean Zhan just because you've made some meritorious contributions? Prime Minister Gu. His Majesty hasn't even spoken. You're making such a ruckus in front of His Majesty, yet you don't know where you place His Majesty? As for whether I bow or not, to put it bluntly, what does it have to do with you? After Duan Lingtian noticed Gu Yuting arousing killing intent towards him earlier, he was filled with vigilance and hostility towards Gu Yuting. Now that he was lectured by Gu Yuting, he instantly retorted. Gu Yuting's face went grim and killing intent appeared in his eyes once again. At this moment, even Nye Yuan and Nye Fun had a trace of a bitter smile on their faces. This little Tian was actually so wanton and unrestrained before the Supreme Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, they were not worried. With them around, nothing would happen to Duan Lingtian. Ha 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 ha, at this moment the emperor laughed. A carefree smile appeared on his aged face as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You are Duan Lingtian? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly, but when facing the emperor, he was very courteous. You are the first person to contradict the Prime Minister in front of me. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The smile on the emperor's face never stopped, as if he was still thinking about the scene just now. Gu Yuting was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. Your Majesty is exaggerating. I just think that Prime Minister Gu is exaggerating. Just a formality. Why do you have to be so rigid? Duan Lingtian said slowly. Neither servile nor overbearing. Now that you mention it, I am curious. Why aren't you kneeling? The emperor asked with a smile. Your Majesty, in my eyes, in the entire world besides the heavens and earth, only my parents are able to make me kneel. As the saying goes, there is gold beneath a man's knees. I kneel to the heavens, earth, and my parents. Duan Lingtian said. There is gold beneath a man's knees. I kneel to the heavens, earth, and my parents. The emperor was stunned when he heard this, and after carefully digesting these words, he laughed carefreely. As expected of the person who was able to allow an army of 100,000 to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city without losing a single soldier. You actually have such arrogance. However, you do indeed have the qualifications. I permit you to dispense with kneeling when you see me in the future. How about it? The emperor's current mood was obviously very good. But Prime Minister Gu Yuting's mood wasn't very good, and his eyes that looked at Duan Lingtian occasionally flickered with a trace of gloominess. If one didn't carefully notice the gloominess in Gu Yuting's eyes, one would be utterly unable to notice it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian hurriedly bowed as he expressed his thanks. Alright, the main reason I called you here today is to reward you. This time, you commanded my Crimson Sky Kingdom's army of 100,000 to capture the Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Champion Kingdom's Southern Champion Kingdom without losing a single soldier. This is an unparalleled military merit. Tell me, what do you want? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian as he directly asked. As soon as the emperor said this, even Nye Yuan Nyetian and Zhang Xiong, who stood at the side, couldn't help but be slightly moved. Your Majesty, you can't. Gu Yuting hurriedly dissuaded. A young man doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, Your Majesty, you. What? Prime Minister, you want to make a decision for me? Although the emperor was old, his eyes narrowed now, and his indifferent words caused Gu Yuting's face to go pale, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this subject absolutely doesn't have such intentions. Humph. I presume you don't have the guts. However, Prime Minister, you've slightly lost your composure today. The emperor grunted coldly. Ever since he found out that Gu Yuting's son Gu Xian had caused the death of over 10,000 soldiers, a ball of rage had arisen in his heart. It was also because he'd always thought highly of Gu Yuting. Otherwise, even if Gu Xian wasn't present, he would still punish Gu Yuting. After all, it was the father's fault if the son didn't teach the son. Yes, this subject knows his mistake. This subject was anxious about his son. I hope Your Majesty can forgive me. Gu Yuting hurriedly pleaded for leniency. Stand up. The emperor spoke indifferently, and his tone didn't carry the slightest emotion. Thank you, Your Majesty. Gu Yuting stood up. Prime Minister Gu, according to my knowledge, Gu Xian seems to have already returned to the imperial city 2 months ago, right? What do you mean when you say that you miss your son dearly? Could it be that Your Majesty has punished Gu Xian and made Gu Xian reflect in prison? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he spoke indifferently. After he finished speaking, he ignored Gu Yuting's furious gaze and looked at the emperor as he said respectfully, Your Majesty is wise. The emperor couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. This little guy, what a formidable mouth. Duan Lingtian, tell me, what do you want? The emperor returned to the previous topic and asked Duan Lingtian once again. Your Majesty, I want you to set up an organization and let me be the head of this organization. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before he looked at the emperor and spoke slowly. Oh! When the emperor heard Duan Lingtian's words, he felt that it was a novelty. Then tell me, what kind of organization do you want me to set up for you? The Embroidered Uniform Guard. When Duan Lingtian said these 3 words, there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. The Embroidered Uniform Guard. It was also one of Duan Lingtian's dreams in his previous life. When he thought of the Ming dynasty in his previous life and the tyrannical Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian's heart palpitated with excitement. To put it bluntly, the Embroidered Uniform Guard was the secret service of the Ming dynasty, and it was also a blade in the hands of the emperor at that time, possessing monstrous power. Actually, Duan Lingtian only wanted to play around and experience a similar addiction. After all, he would be leaving the Crimson Sky Kingdom soon, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to play in the future. Or perhaps, even if he had the chance in the future, he wouldn't have this thought. Embroidered Uniform Guard? Presently, it wasn't only the emperor who was puzzled. Even Nye Yuan and his son Zhang Xiong, and even Prime Minister Gu Yuting had puzzled expressions. When Duan Lingtian saw that the emperor's interest had been aroused, he immediately said, Your Majesty, the so-called Embroidered Uniform Guard is an organization that directly belongs to Your Majesty. Besides, Your Majesty, it isn't subject to the interference of anyone else. As for the Embroidered Uniform Guard's function, it is to share Your Majesty's burdens and eliminate all injustices in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. For example, helping Your Majesty deal with people who disrespect you, for example, finding the person who poisoned Your Majesty. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to hear. Besides the emperor, the expressions of the other 4 people present went pale. Duan Lingtian, don't talk nonsense. His Majesty's status is lofty. Who would dare poison His Majesty? Gu Yuting looked at Duan Lingtian and spoke coldly. However, the emperor's following words caused Gu Yuting to be dumbstruck. You're able to discern that I've been poisoned? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with interest. Your Majesty, not only am I able to discern that you've been poisoned, I'm even able to discern what poison you've been poisoned with. Moreover, I know that you've been poisoned for many years. If it wasn't for your Majesty's deep cultivation, perhaps you'd have long since." Although Duan Lingtian didn't continue speaking, everyone present was able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant. "Your Majesty." Nie Yuan, and Zhang Xiong looked at the emperor and were shocked in their hearts. His Majesty seems to have admitted that he's been poisoned? A trace of coldness arose in their hearts. Who exactly dared to poison the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor? "If I agree to your request, can you really help me find the person who poisoned me?" The emperor's eyes focused, and a dignified aura enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Actually, he'd secretly investigated the person who poisoned him for a long time, but he came up empty-handed. Duan Lingtian remained unmoved and smiled indifferently. "If your Majesty agrees to my request, not only can I help your Majesty find the person who poisoned you, I can also cure your Majesty's poison." At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion in his heart. The spirit cleansing pill is really a good thing. Can be used anywhere. What? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the emperor, who originally had a calm expression, couldn't help but be moved. After all, even the Alchemist Guild's guild master, a grade 6 alchemist, was helpless against the poison he was afflicted with. He'd practically resigned himself to his fate. According to his estimation, he could only live for another half a year at most. So to the outside world, he'd always declared that he was sick and not poisoned. Actually, with his cultivation, how could he possibly be sick? "You can really cure the poison for me?" The emperor took a deep breath and stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. His emotions were slightly agitated, as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. If the poison was cured, he could at least live for a few more decades. "Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, I can refine a medicinal pill for you to suppress the poison in your body right now. It's enough to suppress a portion of the poison in your body and allow you to live for another year." Duan Lingtian's face was carefree, and his body emitted strong confidence. "You are an alchemist?" The emperor was stunned. "Qi." Duan Lingtian flipped his hand, and a strand of pill fire was faintly discernible. In an instant, everyone present, except for Nie Yuan and his son, the Emperor Zhang Xiong, and Gu Yuting, were all stunned. This Duan Lingtian, besides having a heaven-defying natural talent in the martial Dao and a heaven-defying natural talent in military advisor, he's even so heaven-defying in alchemy? An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Chapter 218. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Gu Yuting's ridicule. In next to no time, under Duan Lingtian's request, the emperor ordered someone to find a pile of medicinal herbs for Duan Lingtian, and it was precisely a portion of the medicinal herbs required to refine the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian didn't ask the emperor to prepare a few of the medicinal ingredients, because he held back and didn't plan to refine the complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill for the emperor to consume. Since ancient times, kings were the most heartless. He wasn't unfamiliar with this saying, so he held back. If he were to refine the complete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, it would be able to easily eradicate all the poison in the emperor's body. But in this way, between him and the emperor would undoubtedly hold the initiative. Even if the emperor still set up the embroidered uniform guard for him, he would surely be restrained in every aspect and couldn't act freely. So he planned to keep the emperor in suspense and make the emperor ask him for help. In this way, the embroidered uniform guard under him would be able to do as they pleased. After all, there was an emperor supporting him from behind. Although the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill was unable to eradicate the poison in the emperor's body, it could help him temporarily suppress a portion of the poison. What a miraculous medicinal pill. I can feel that the poison in my internal organs has been suppressed by quite a bit. After the emperor consumed the incomplete grade 9 spirit cleansing pill, his eyes lit up and a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. "Your Majesty, you need to consume this detoxification medicinal pill for a long period of time before it can completely eradicate the poison in your body. If you don't consume it for a period of time, the poison in your Majesty's body will relapse once again, and it might even be even more violent than before, like a scourge. So in the future, I'll refine this detoxification medicinal pill for your Majesty every once in a while." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the emperor, and his eyes flickered with flowing lights. Only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. Duan Lingtian, why don't you refine more detoxification medicinal pills for me? The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. As the supreme emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, he was naturally able to discern what Duan Lingtian was thinking, and it was none other than wanting to use this to threaten him. And if he wanted to live, he had no other choice. Your Majesty, this detoxification pill is extremely difficult to refine. Unless I recuperate for more than a month, I don't have the confidence to refine it successfully. Duan Lingtian naturally declined. He understood that the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. Duan Lingtian, since that's the case, why don't you contribute the formula for the antidote? There are many alchemists in the palace who can serve His Majesty better. Gu Yuting looked at Duan Lingtian and said slowly, Prime Minister Gu, I'm really sorry, but I won't share my pill formula with anyone. Duan Lingtian glanced at Gu Yuting calmly. He couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush in front of Gu Yuting. Not even His Majesty? Gu Yuting's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he wanted to use the emperor to force Duan Lingtian. Prime Minister Gu, don't scare me. If I'm scared by you and forget the pill formula, then I won't be able to refine it myself in the end. At that time, if His Majesty doesn't have any detoxification pills to use and the poison relapses again, then all the blame will be borne by you alone. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he lightly smiled. You? Gu Yuting's face went pale. At this moment, the Divine Might Marquis Nieyuan stood out and looked at the emperor. Your Majesty, according to what I know, pill formulas are of extraordinary significance to alchemists, and that detoxification pill formula ought to be Duan Lingtian's unique pill formula. To an alchemist, a unique pill formula is more important than his life. The Marquis is right. Your Majesty, this point is understandable. Zhan Xiong stood out as well and spoke up for Duan Lingtian. What? Could it be that you're worried that I'll forcefully seize this little fellow's pill formula? The emperor smiled indifferently as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I approve your request. From today onwards, I'll issue an edict to establish the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and you will be the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard. As for the members of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, the Divine Might Marquis will be in charge of dispatching them. How about it? As he finished speaking, the emperor looked at Nieyuan. I have no objections. Nieyuan received his orders. Thank you, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled to the emperor. The Prime Minister Gu Yuting, who stood at the side of the emperor, had an extremely unsightly expression. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Directly subordinate to the emperor and only obey the emperor's orders. The commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, Duan Lingtian, was only responsible to the emperor and had the authority to act first and report later. Along with the emperor's edict, the entire imperial city was stirred. Embroidered Uniform Guard. Before today, this name was so unfamiliar to everyone, but now it caused everyone to be dumbstruck. When had such an organization appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Even though I knew that Duan Lingtian had made a great contribution this time, and that the emperor would reward him heavily, I never imagined that it would be so exaggerated. Once the Embroidered Uniform Guard is established, he, as the commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, would simply be equivalent to the emperor's spokesperson. Too exaggerated. Once the Embroidered Uniform Guard is established, the imperial city will probably be in turmoil again. Duan Lingtian, at the mere age of 18, is already practically standing at the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. It's hard to imagine. The entire imperial city was filled with similar discussions. Divine Might Marquis Estate, within the audience hall. Little Tian, you really have guts, even daring to threaten His Majesty the Emperor. The Divine Might Marquis Nieyuan shook his head and smiled. He was slightly surprised when he recalled the scene he saw in the imperial palace earlier. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of a tiger. I was frightened by you earlier. Niefan looked at Duan Lingtian as well and laughed bitterly. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. I was originally asking a tiger for its skin in this matter. Uncle Nia, besides Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, I only need 9 people from the Embroidered Uniform Guard, but they must be elites. What counts as elites? Nieyuan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. and was slightly surprised that Duan Lingtian only needed so few people. 8 of them must be existences that are at least on par with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. As for the last person, I want the half-step void stage. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, flowing lights flickered within his eyes. Half-step void stage? Nie Yuan and Nie Fun were both shocked. Nie Yuan returned to his senses and scolded with a smile. You kid, you asked me for 8 people whose strengths aren't inferior to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and my heart already ached. But now, you've directly demanded an exorbitant price and directly asked me for half-step void stage experts. Do you think half-step void stage experts are cabbages sold in the market? Uncle Nie, if you're able to send the 9 people I need to me, I'll give you a great fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly squinted as he smiled mysteriously. What great fortuitous encounter? Nie Yuan looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Even the nearby Nie Fun had his interest aroused. Uncle Nie, have you heard of the monkey wine? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Monkey wine? What? You have it, kid? Nie Yuan's eyes lit up and he was slightly surprised, whereas Nie Fun's breathing instead became hurried. To Origin Core stage martial artists, the monkey wine was a precious treasure that could increase their cultivation. Since Uncle Nie knows of the monkey wine, then have you heard of the Monkey King wine? Duan Lingtian asked again. Monkey King wine? Nie Yuan shook his head. As for Nie Fun, he didn't even know. The Monkey King wine possesses a medicinal effect comparable to the Void Advancement Pill. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Nie Yuan, then slowly said, I think that Uncle Nie ought to be interested in this, right? Void Advancement Pill? Nie Yuan and Nie Fun were both stunned. Nie Yuan was the first to react. His pupils constricted as his breathing became hurried, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. Little Tian, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian didn't directly answer Nie Fun and continued. With Uncle Nie's current cultivation that's only a step away from the void prying stage, if you have the assistance of the Monkey King wine, you'll surely be able to successfully break through to the void prying stage within half a year and welcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. You little fellow even know of the 6-9 heavenly tribulation? Right at this moment an aged figure silently walked in. It was precisely the senior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate. Grandpa Nie. Duan Lingtian didn't notice the old man's arrival in the slightest, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of an existence at the void prying stage, even if he's unable to utilize origin energy, his cultivation is still there. Father. Grandfather. Nie Yuan and Nie Fun respectfully bowed to the old man. Little Tian, Grandpa Nie will send you 2 half-step void stage experts, and you give Grandpa Nie 2 drops of the Monkey King wine. How about it? The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes flickered with traces of flowing lights. 2 half-step void stage experts? Duan Lingtian was shocked. Looks like the Divine Might Marquis estate's resources and reserves were even more formidable than he'd imagined. Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and lightly smiled. Grandpa Nie, I'm afraid this won't do. I don't have much of the Monkey King wine in my possession. The old man didn't mind and smiled. Then leave 1 drop for your Uncle Nie, and Grandpa Nie will still send you 2 half-step void stage experts. How about it? I truly never imagined that you'd actually be able to encounter a thing of legend like the Monkey King wine. Obviously, the old man knew what the Monkey King wine was. Thank you, Grandpa Nie. Duan Lingtian smiled then said, Grandpa Nie, I still have a piece of good news to tell you. I ought to be able to condense a grade 8 pill fire in a few days, and at that time, I'll be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for you. Once you consume the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill, the toxic poison in your body will be completely eradicated in 3 months at most. The old man's eyes lit up when he heard this, and they were dazzling like an array of stars. Even Nie Yuan and Nie Fun both revealed pleasantly surprised expressions. Uncle Nie, these are the medicinal materials required for the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and wrote down the list of medicinal materials required for the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill. Of course, he wrote down an extra set of medicinal materials. The other set was prepared to refine the grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xiong Quan. After 3 months, not only would the toxic poison in the old man's body be eradicated, even Xiong Quan's cultivation would recover to the void prying stage. Good. I'll immediately order people to gather them. Nie Yuan nodded, and a trace of excitement was revealed between his brows. Here's a drop of Monkey King wine. Duan Lingtian withdrew a medicinal pill bottle and passed it to Nie Yuan. Chapter 219. This is the Monkey King wine? I feel that the origin energy in my body seems to have been alarmed by its wine fragrance. Nie Fun looked at the Monkey King wine in Nie Yuan's hand with a burning expression. I never imagined that I'd be able to smell the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine in my lifetime. I'm truly fortunate. The old man sighed with emotion. As for the person involved, Nie Yuan, he put away the Monkey King wine as if he'd obtained a treasure. Nie Fan's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and he rubbed his palms together. Little Tian, you, big brother Nie, when you step into the half-step void stage, I'll give you a drop of Monkey King wine as well. Nie Fan hadn't even opened his mouth when Duan Lingtian guessed what he wanted to say and spoke before him, dispelling Nie Fan's thoughts. It wasn't that he was stingy. There might not even be 30 drops of Monkey King wine in that small bottle gourd, and every drop used was a drop less. He had to use it sparingly. Nie Fan laughed bitterly. Half-step void stage, that's a matter of how many years later. Big brother Nie, I can't give you the Monkey King wine, but I have quite a bit of Monkey King wine here. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a wine jug appeared in his hand. Instantly, the wine fragrance of the Monkey King wine suffused out from the mouth of the wine jug. Good wine. The gazes of the three Nie clan men abruptly shone. Before long, the three of them had tasted the Monkey King wine one by one. Especially Nie Fan, after drinking the Monkey King wine, he sat cross-legged on the spot and circulated his cultivation technique in meditation, and only opened his eyes after a long time. Just a little bit more to break through. After Nie Fan woke up, his gaze abruptly shone. He subconsciously grabbed the wine jug, but noticed that the wine jug was empty. Where's the wine? Nie Fan had an astounded expression. It was finished by Grandpa Nie and Uncle Nie. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Before Nie Fan could react, he fled, not forgetting to remind the old man and Nie Yuan. Grandpa Nie, Uncle Nie, I'll leave my embroidered uniform guard members to you. I'll come get them tomorrow. Grandfather, father, why didn't you leave a single drop for me? I only drank a cup. A cup. Nie Fan had a bitter expression as he grumbled. Stupid brat, if you have the time to complain here, why don't you go ask little Tian for another pot of monkey wine? The old man shook his head and smiled as he reminded. Yeah, how could I forget? He's stingy with the Monkey King wine, but he can't be so stingy with the monkey wine. Nie Fan hurriedly stood up and chased after him. However, he found that Duan Lingtian was long gone. Good lad. No wonder you were in such a hurry to leave. Nie Fan had a helpless expression as he cursed with a smile. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian headed straight home. He locked himself in his room and began to refine the dragon blood pill. An hour later, the dragon blood pill was completed. After consuming the dragon blood pill, Duan Lingtian finally completed the tempering of his body for the 9th level of the core formation stage. The second transformation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Raging Python form, could be considered to have reached perfection. Without the slightest hesitation, Duan Lingtian used his origin energy to draw out more than half of the remaining medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine he drank last time, and started circulating it. In next to no time, the bottleneck of the 9th level of the core formation stage was directly broken through. Duan Lingtian's cultivation stepped into the origin core stage in one go. After stepping into the origin core stage, there was still some medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine remaining. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's 3rd form, Wirm Python form. Duan Lingtian started circulating his new mental cultivation method, and consumed the remaining medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine. Only when he approached the bottleneck of the 1st level of the origin core stage was the medicinal strength of the Monkey King wine completely exhausted. He lightly stretched his hands. Crack, crack, crack. The clear sound of bones rubbing together sounded out. Suddenly his fists clenched tightly. Whoosh! Instantly, 31 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. This was the strength of Duan Lingtian after stepping into the 1st level of the origin core stage. When an ordinary martial artist breaks through to the first level of the origin core stage, their full strength would only be the strength of 20 ancient mammoths. Compared to when he was at the 9th level of the core formation stage, he had the strength of 8 ancient mammoths more, whereas Duanling Tian actually only had the strength of 8 ancient mammoths more than before. This strength of 8 ancient mammoths was added on top of his original foundation when he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage with the Raging Python form mental cultivation method and completed the tempering of his fleshly body. He already possessed the strength of 23 ancient mammoths. Compared to an ordinary 9th level core formation martial artist, he possessed the strength of an entire 11 ancient mammoths more. Whereas now, Duanling Tian, who broke through to the first level of the origin core stage, still possessed the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than an ordinary martial artist with the same cultivation. This 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's third form, the Wyrm Python form, seems to not have the tempering of the fleshly body. In other words, I can only cultivate step by step and increase my strength of ancient mammoths that is similar to an ordinary martial artist. However, no matter which level I cultivate to, I still possess the strength of 11 ancient mammoths more than a martial artist with the same cultivation. Duanling Tian quickly noticed this problem. He knew clearly in his heart that it was precisely because of this that he could similarly be called invincible amongst martial artists with the same cultivation. However, in general, along with the increase of his cultivation, his strength would be pulled closer and closer to martial artists with the same cultivation, and his advantage would become smaller and smaller. Duanling Tian felt a trace of pressure. I must work hard and cultivate. So this is the origin core stage. Duanling Tian could clearly see the situation within his dantian through inner vision. Presently, within his dantian, the origin energy that had originally formed into the form of scattered clouds and mist had actually condensed into an origin core. The origin core was completely snow white, and was precisely condensed from origin energy. The origin core stage was also named because of this. The strength of an origin core stage martial artist was stored within the origin core within the dantian. If the dantian was crippled, then the origin core would lose its support and completely vanish, which was equivalent to the origin energy in the entire body dispersing, just like Feng Tong and Xuelang, who were crippled by Duanling Tian that day. Before long, Duanling Tian went to the rear courtyard to find the 2 little girls and his mother, Li Ro, and gave 3 pill bottles to them. Within every pill bottle was a drop of Monkey King wine. "Young master, what's this?" Kerr had a curious expression as she asked. Li Fei and Li Ro looked at Duanling Tian as well. "This is Monkey King wine. Kerr, haven't you broken through to the 9th level of the core formation stage now? So long as you consume this Monkey King wine and circulate your cultivation method, it'll be sufficient to assist you in breaking through to the origin core stage." Duanling Tian smiled as he said to Li Fei, "Little Fei, you're the same as well. You're only a sliver away from breaking through to the 9th level of the core formation stage. Relying on this drop of Monkey King wine, not only will you be able to break through the bottleneck and step into the 9th level of the core formation stage, you'll even have the chance to break through to the first level of the origin core stage in one go." Needless to say, Duanling Tian's words caused the 2 little girls to have excited expressions, and they directly returned to their rooms to cultivate. "Mom, you go cultivate as well." Duanling Tian looked at Li Ro and lightly smiled. Li Ro lightly nodded, then followed behind Kerr and Li Fei to return to her room. Duanling Tian left the courtyard house and found a clothing store. Then, according to the memories of his previous life, he ordered 13 sets of skyfish clothes. "How long will it take to finish?" Duanling Tian asked the manager. "Customer, the 13 sets of clothes you ordered are all very complicated. Even if you rush the work, I'm afraid it will still take 3 days." The manager slowly said. 3 days. Duanling Tian frowned. "Too long. You think of another way." Duanling Tian raised his hand, and besides the money he handed over earlier, he put down another 10,000 silver bill. The manager's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly nodded. "Customer, I understand. I'll get a few more people to work through the night, and it'll surely be completed by tomorrow." "Okay." Duanling Tian nodded, then turned around and left. He found a weapon store and ordered 13 scabbards. Then he bought some materials required for weapon refinement. After he returned home, he refined these materials into 13 spirit sabers. Skyfish clothes embroidered spring saber. This was the true embroidered uniform guard. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a smile. After the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor established the embroidered uniform guard, he also set aside a vast courtyard in the inner city as the embroidered uniform guard's residence. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the courtyard, he noticed that there was already someone waiting there. Commander Duan. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the courtyard, a middle-aged man came up to greet him. The middle-aged man wore the Imperial Guard's armor, and a trace of dignity was emitted from between his brows. Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary soldier. You know me? You are? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. Commander Duan, I'm the Imperial Guard's Chiliarch Meng Yang. His Majesty ordered me to hand these over to Commander Duan. Soon Meng Yang handed over a pile of command tokens to Duan Lingtian. These command tokens, except for one that was slightly special, were all exactly the same. All the command tokens had one thing in common, and that was that the words embroidered uniform guard were engraved on them. Chiliarch Meng, sorry to trouble you. Duan Lingtian took the command tokens and nodded to Meng Yang with a smile. Commander Duan, you're too courteous, Meng Yang replied with a smile. Although the person standing before him was only an 18-year-old youth, he didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. What a joke! This youth was currently the most popular figure in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. Ever since they found out about the establishment of the embroidered uniform guard, countless people racked their brains trying to join Commander Duan. Meng Yang looked at Duan Lingtian and seemed to be slightly hesitant. Chiliarch Meng, is there anything else? Duan Lingtian asked. Commander Duan, I wonder if your embroidered uniform guard is still lacking people? Meng Yang asked. What? Chiliarch Meng wants to jump ship? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. No, it's a brother under my command. He especially admires Commander Duan. Meng Yang shook his head. So long as there's no problem with his character and cultivation is at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above, our embroidered uniform guard will take him, Duan Lingtian slowly said. Meng Yang was dumbstruck when he heard Duan Lingtian. 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. Even he, a Chiliarch of the Imperial Guard, was only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Meng Yang fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva and asked with slight hesitation. Commander Duan, could it be that the members of your Imperial Guard must be at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above? Duan Lingtian nodded. Exactly, this is the lowest threshold. Lowest threshold? Meng Yang noticed that his heart was about to jump out. What a fellow! This Commander Duan really wasn't an ordinary person. Chapter 220. The lowest threshold of the embroidered uniform guard was the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. For a time, he became the laughingstock of the entire imperial city, as they all felt that the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, was indulging in fantasy. How could an existence at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above be someone he could recruit as he pleased? At dusk, a red glow filled the sky. Imperial City, City Guard Army Campsite. At the campsite's entrance, 13 tall horses stood still. Then 13 figures flipped over and descended from the horses. These 13 people wore uniform attire, flying fish robes. On their waists hung a command token and a narrow and long saber, the embroidered spring saber. Amongst the 13 people, there was a youth in the lead. A trace of immaturity could be vaguely seen on the youth's face. It could be discerned that the youth was about to step into the age of 19 and become a young man. Who are you people? 10 armored soldiers stood at the entrance of the City Guard Army campsite, guarding both sides as they glared fiercely at the 13 people that were approaching. Presumptuous. The youth in the lead grunted coldly, then his cold and indifferent gaze swept past the 10 City Guard Army soldiers. Then he ignored them and directly walked into the City Guard Army campsite. You all. One of the City Guard Army soldiers took a step forward, wanting to stop the youth. However, he was pulled back by one of the people beside him. What are you doing? Didn't you see someone trespass into our City Guard Army campsite? The former frowned. Are you mad? Didn't you see their command tokens? They're the embroidered uniform guard. The latter took a deep breath, and a trace of terror was mixed between his brows. What? Embroidered uniform guard? Isn't the lowest threshold of the embroidered uniform guard the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? Could it be that someone really joined the embroidered uniform guard? Who knows? If I'm not wrong, then the youth in the lead ought to be the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian. The existence of the embroidered uniform guards is approved by His Majesty the Emperor. Commander Duan is also His Majesty the Emperor's spokesperson. Not to mention us, even the Lord Commander of the City Guard would be afraid of him. Duan Lingtian walked into the City Guard army campsite and directly headed towards the central tent. Wherever he passed, the city guards would make way for him. Duan Lingtian took the lead, followed closely by the 2 old men, and behind them were 10 middle-aged men. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were among them. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate and broke away from his fate of being a commander by himself. He took 10 people with him from the Divine Might Marquis estate, including Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The current embroidered uniform guard, including him, had a total of 13 people. Lord Commander, the embroidered uniform guards. The embroidered uniform guards are here. A figure rushed into the tent in the center of the city guard's camp and hurriedly reported, "What?" The expression of the city guard commander, Xue Lu, slightly changed. How many of them came? Including Commander Duan, a total of 13 people. The person who came in continued. 13 people? In other words, besides him, there were 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. The Divine Might Marquis is really generous to actually cooperate with that little bastard like this. Right, the Divine Might Marquis was the good friend of that little bastard's father, Duan Ruffing after all. Xue Lu's face sank as he said to the person who came in, "Go notify the other captains and call out all the brothers that stayed in the camp. I want to let that little bastard know that my city guard army's camp isn't a place where he can behave atrociously." Yes. The person who came in received his orders and left. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. Even the nascent soul stage martial artist I sent out wasn't able to take your life. But since you dare bring people to my city guard army's camp to behave atrociously, I'll make it so that all of you won't be able to return. Xue Lu's eyes flickered with traces of frightening cold lights. Outside, Duan Lingtian arrived at the vicinity of the central tent and stopped moving. The 12 people behind him stopped as well. Meanwhile, the soldiers that stayed behind in the city guard army's camp dashed over. For a time the ground trembled, as if the earth was moving and the mountains were swaying. The group of city guard army soldiers surrounded Duan Lingtian's group tightly like buckets, causing them to have no place to escape. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw Xue Lu once again. Xue Lu walked over in large strides, his face filled with a bloodthirsty smile. Duan Lingtian, I never imagined that you'd actually take the initiative to deliver yourself to me. Outside, you have the identity of the embroidered uniform guard commander, so I might have some misgivings if I wanted to kill you. But now that you've innocently trespassed into my city guard army's camp, even if I kill you, I presume His Majesty wouldn't blame me. Duan Lingtian never imagined that Xue Lu would threaten to kill him as soon as he appeared. Looks like he really made the right choice in coming today. Xue Lu, you're still as arrogant as last time. Didn't you say I would surely die last time? Aren't I still alive and well now? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a mocking smile when faced with Xue Lu's provocation. You. Xue Lu's face sank. If it wasn't for your Duan clan's grand elder appearing last time, you would already be a corpse at that time. But today is the same. I have to say you've really surprised me. You set the threshold for the embroidered uniform guard so high. Yet the Divine Might Marquis actually still gave you 12 people. You know they were people the Divine Might Marquis gave me? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. What I know has exceeded your imagination. Xue Lu sneered. Commander Xue, I came here today mainly because I wanted to talk to you about what happened 5 months ago. The person you sent to kill me has already died in the wilderness. I came here today to collect the debt, and I'm not greedy. You just have to give me 10 million silver as compensation for suppressing the shock. How about it? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he stared at Xue Lu and slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian's words entered into the ears of the surrounding city guard army soldiers, causing them to be dumbstruck. 10 million silver is still not greedy? Is this commander of the embroidered uniform guard? Duan Lingtian joking? Duan Lingtian, looks like you already know. Shui Lu's gaze went slightly cold. You have some ability to actually pry open my people's mouths. What? Commander Shui, you admit it? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. So what if I admit it? Shui Lu sneered as his eyes emitted a bone-piercing coldness. Then quickly hand over the compensation for suppressing the shock. And I'll take my brothers to have a good drink. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a trace of a deep smile. You still want compensation for suppressing the shock? Shui Lu laughed, laughing insolently, laughing without the slightest scruple. Duan Lingtian, you seem to have not figured out the situation, right? Could it be that you think the people you brought can go against my city guard army's thousands of officers and soldiers? Let me tell you, every single one of us here can drown you with a mouthful of saliva. Looks like Commander Shui is very confident. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, but his eyes flickered with mischief. Humph. Duan Lingtian, don't think that just because you have the title of Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, you're really someone. Let me tell you, in front of me, you're nothing. Shui Lu stretched out his hand and pointed at Duan Lingtian's nose, his saliva flying everywhere as he spoke in a condescending tone. Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold. Whether it was in his previous life or this life, what he hated the most was people pointing at his nose and lecturing him. Once, there was a mercenary from Country M's most outstanding seals. Because he pointed at his nose and said a bunch of nonsense, his head exploded with a punch, and he was directly blasted to death. Kill him. Just as Duan Lingtian's killing intent soared to the heavens, Duan Lingtian's voice rang out, incomparably cold. Kill me? Shui Lu laughed, his face full of ridicule and disdain. However, in next to no time his smile froze. Because his head had already separated from his body. Bang. Pillars of blood sprayed out, and most of the city guard soldiers present didn't even have the time to react before they noticed that their commander's head had already separated from his body. In the next moment they saw, in the process of the old man standing behind Duan Lingtian withdrawing his narrow saber, droplets of blood sprinkled beneath his feet, whereas those Kiliarchs in the city guard army all stared blankly at the old man with faces full of disbelief. They only saw the old man transform into an afterimage, and didn't even have the time to clearly see exactly how many ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the old man before their commander was killed. They were extremely sure that this old man was at least in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. His strength was absolutely not inferior to their commander. Because of the sneak attack, he was able to succeed with a single strike. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted coldly, then slowly turned around with the 12 embroidered uniform guards behind him, then walked out of the campsite with large strides. Wherever he passed, the soldiers of the city guard would make way for him. Now that their commander was dead, they naturally wouldn't foolishly charge forward to give their lives away. The people brought by this embroidered uniform guard commander weren't only at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, and there was no lack of 9th level nascent soul stage experts amongst them. In terms of strength, a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist could become a commander in any army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. However, now they were willing to follow behind this embroidered uniform guard commander and serve him. After walking out of the city guard army campsite, Duan Lingtian mounted his horse and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. This feeling was indeed extremely satisfying. Today he really had a good time. If someone knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking, it was unknown what expression they would have. Right when Duan Lingtian brought his 12 subordinates back to the embroidered uniform guard's campsite, a shocking piece of news spread out from the city guard army campsite and instantly swept through the entire imperial city. The embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, brought along 12 embroidered uniform guards to charge into the city guard army campsite and kill the city guard army commander, Shui Lu, before leaving unhurriedly. This piece of news caused many people who didn't look favorably upon the embroidered uniform guard and secretly ridiculed the embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian, to be a lone commander, to be completely dumbstruck. The threshold for the embroidered uniform guard is so high, yet they're still able to recruit 12 people? 12 existences at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage or above. This group of embroidered uniform guards is simply an elite group, the representative of quality over quantity. I heard that the person that killed the city guard army commander, Shui Lu, was only an embroidered uniform guard under Commander Duan's command. He only used a single strike to kill Commander Xue Lu. I heard of it as well. According to my estimations, the strength of that embroidered uniform guard is surely a figure at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Chapter 221. The embroidered uniform guard was bound to shock the entire imperial city tonight. A few days after the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor issued the decree to establish the embroidered uniform guard, the embroidered uniform guard had already killed the city guard army commander Xue Lu. The actions of the embroidered uniform guard caused many people in the imperial city to tremble with fear. These people were practically all people that had enmity with Duan Lingtian. Third Prince Estate. Bang! Within the building at the center of the lake, the third prince who just heard his servant's report had an extremely gloomy expression, and the wine cup in his hand was smashed into pieces. This caused some of the young geniuses present to be unable to help but tremble with fear. Everyone, let's disperse for today. Let's meet again next time. The third prince took a deep breath before sending off the guests. After all the young geniuses present left, the third prince's eyes flashed with a cold light that was awe-inspiring. Since I'm already like fire and water with him, there's no need for me to be courteous with him. I must annihilate his arrogance. Go prepare. I'll enter the imperial palace to see Imperial Father tomorrow morning. Yes. The servant received his orders and left. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that you can be unbridled just because you've made a small contribution? Let me see how Imperial Father will punish you. The third prince's voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell, and it was incomparably icy cold. Fifth Prince Estate. Within the pergola, the white-browed old man respectfully reported to the fifth prince about the matter that gave rise to much discussion outside. What? That Duan Lingtian actually led the embroidered uniform guard under him to kill Xue Lu? The fifth prince was shocked as well, and then his face sank. He really has no scruples and is perverse. Your Highness, I heard that the person that acted was an embroidered uniform guard under him, and that embroidered uniform guard ought to be in existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. The white-browed old man's voice contained slight fear. Looks like the Divine Might Marquis still concerned about the friendship he had with Duan Ruffing all those years ago. He's actually so generous and even sent a 9th level nascent soul stage martial artist to order around Duan Lingtian. The fifth prince's eyes flickered with coldness, and his tone was low and suppressed. Your Highness, what should we do now? The white-browed old man asked. He didn't have to do anything now. Early in the morning tomorrow, I will enter the palace to see my father. This Duan Lingtian is too bold. He even dared to kill the commander of the city guards. Tomorrow, my father will definitely remove him from his position as the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. The fifth prince waved his sleeves and said coldly, Your Highness is wise. The white-browed old man nodded. Prime Minister manner. Gu Yuting sat in front of the stone table in the front yard, quietly savoring the fragrant tea. In next to no time, a hasty figure whistled in and said respectfully, Prime Minister, the embroidered uniform guards commander Duan Lingtian led the embroidered uniform guards under his command to kill the city guard army's commander Xue Lu. Xue Lu? Gu Yuting raised his eyebrows. He's just a boorish man. However, this Xue Lu's father is not simple. As Gu Yuting muttered to himself, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The next day, Duan Lingtian had just arrived at the embroidered uniform guard's residence when he was summoned into the imperial palace. It was still that magnificent palace. Duan Lingtian walked in and noticed that besides the emperor who sat on the golden throne and Prime Minister Gu Yuting who stood at the side, there were two more people standing at the side. Duan Lingtian wasn't unfamiliar with these two people. Third Prince, Fifth Prince. Although he guessed that the reason the emperor summoned him into the palace was probably because of what happened last night, he never imagined that the third prince and fifth prince, who were usually at loggerheads with each other, would actually unite together for him. Looks like his face was quite big. Greetings, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian looked at the emperor and lightly nodded. Presumptuous. The third prince and fifth prince's faces went grim as they berated. Presumptuous. Duan Lingtian looked at the two of them and lightly smiled. Princes, how have I been presumptuous? Duan Lingtian, you didn't kneel when you saw His Majesty the Emperor. Isn't that presumptuous? The third prince said in a deep voice. Not kneeling when you see His Majesty the Emperor is a great disrespect. Duan Lingtian, do you know your crime? The fifth prince followed along and added insult to injury. Duan Lingtian paid no attention to their words and looked at the emperor instead. All right, both of you brothers, shut up. The emperor spoke. Imperial father. The third prince and fifth prince were stunned as they looked at the emperor with a puzzled expression. The emperor said indifferently, I've already promised Commander Duan that if he sees me in the future, he can be exempted from kneeling. Both of you don't have to make a fuss over nothing. Exempted from kneeling? The third prince and fifth prince's pupils constricted, and their faces were filled with astonishment. They never thought that their imperial father would treat Duan Lingtian so generously. However, when they thought of Duan Lingtian's actions yesterday, their hearts calmed down. As far as they were concerned, just yesterday's matter was sufficient to make Duan Lingtian fall from heaven to hell, and he would never be able to rise again. All right, now that Commander Duan has arrived, what do the two of you have to say? The emperor looked at the third prince and fifth prince as he asked indifferently, Imperial father, this Duan Lingtian obtained your favor, and was even conferred the title of Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard by you. He ought to set an example and serve our imperial family. But who knew that at dusk yesterday, he actually went mad and barged into the city guard army's campsite and killed Commander Xuelu? The third prince had an enraged expression. Imperial father, Commander Xuelu is a pillar of the country, but he died at the hands of this ignorant kid. I hope Imperial father can uphold justice for Commander Xuelu. Yes, Imperial father. Duan Lingtian killed Commander Xuelu, and his crime is extremely heinous. This son hopes that Imperial father can remove him from the position of Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and heavily punish him as a warning to others. The fifth prince cooperated and pleaded. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression, as if he utterly didn't take the matter before him to heart. In reality, he indeed didn't take the matter before him to heart. To him this was only a farce. Commander Duan, what's going on? The emperor's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. When he saw the emperor's calm gaze, Duan Lingtian understood that the emperor absolutely didn't just find out about this matter, and probably already found out last night. Now, he was only putting on an act before the third prince and fifth prince. The emperor's gaze seemed to contain a trace of meaning mixed within. Duan Lingtian saw through what this trace of meaning meant, and the emperor hoped that he would give him a way out. Although it was impossible for the emperor to punish him for the sake of the antidote that only he could refine. But the emperor was the emperor after all and possessed supreme dignity. Now the emperor needed a way out. Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian gave the emperor an understanding gaze, then slowly said, the rift between me and Xuelu was all because of his son, Xuelang. I presume your Majesty has heard of it. However, your Majesty, you don't know that nearly 5 months ago, when I accompanied the Crimson Double army to leave the imperial city and head to the northwest border, there was a person who intended to kill me. I can imagine that if that person had succeeded, I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with the border army and the Crimson Double army to capture southern barbaric city and spread the might of my Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian spoke in a clear voice. There's such a thing? The emperor's face sank. Do you know who that person is? Duan Lingtian nodded. This is precisely what I wanted to continue talking about. That person was a member of the City Guard Army, and he received orders from the City Guard Army's commander, Xuelu, to infiltrate the Crimson Double army with the intention of killing me and taking revenge for his son. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. The third prince and fifth prince spoke at almost the same time. However, under the dignified gaze of the emperor, both of them shut their mouths. Continue speaking. The emperor looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Your Majesty, I know both princes suspect that what I said is false. But this matter was personally admitted by that Commander Xuelu at the City Guard Army's campsite yesterday. I originally didn't want to do anything to him, and only wanted to ask him for some money to suppress my shock. This shouldn't be too much, right? However, that Xuelu didn't appreciate my kindness, and threatened to kill me and the embroidered uniform guards under my command. All of this was heard by the thousands of soldiers in the City Guard Army's campsite. If both princes don't believe me, you can go investigate. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, He looked at the third prince and fifth prince. The latter's face sank instead. Duan Lingtian continued. In the end, for the sake of self-preservation, I could only ask the embroidered uniform guards under my command to take the initiative and kill Xue Lu. Otherwise, the ones to die would only be me and the group of embroidered uniform guards under my command. Your Majesty, please judge clearly. The Emperor nodded. Right at this moment. Imperial Father. A voice that was like the sound of a silver bell sounded out, and then a drop-dead gorgeous figure could be seen walking in with quick steps under the escort of 2 palace maids. This was a young girl. The young girl had a peerless appearance, and with a single glance one couldn't help but be lost in it. Princess Biao. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, as he never imagined that he would see Princess Biao here. Biao, you seem to be in such a hurry. Is there something urgent? The Emperor's face revealed a trace of amiability when he saw Princess Biao, and this was something that wasn't present when facing the third prince and fifth prince. It was sufficient to show how much he loved this little daughter of his. Imperial Father, I heard you want to punish Commander Duan, right? Imperial Father, can you not punish Commander Duan? He wouldn't kill without reason. Princess Biao slightly gasped for breath as she spoke. In an instant, everyone present was stunned. No one had imagined that Princess Biao would actually come in such a hurry to plead for mercy for Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the third prince and fifth prince were incomparably gloomy. As for the Emperor, he instead glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. He was an experienced person, and was able to discern that his daughter ought to have, secretly given her heart, to this youth of a similar age. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forcefully barged into the throne room. Biao, who said Imperial Father wants to punish Commander Duan. The Emperor shook his head and smiled. Commander Duan explained earlier that he wasn't wrong in this matter, and it was the fault of the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu. Xue Lu deserved death. When they heard the Emperor, the third prince and fifth prince knew that they'd come in vain today. Princess Biao's beautiful face flushed red when she heard the Emperor, as she never imagined that rushing over in such a hurry would result in such an outcome. It turned out that even if she didn't come, nothing would happen to Duan Lingtian. For a moment, she was slightly ashamed to show her face. You too. Chapter 222. Yes. The third prince and fifth prince hurriedly lowered their heads in agreement. At the instant they lowered their heads, their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. This killing intent was naturally targeted at Duan Lingtian. Father, then I'll take my leave first. The third prince looked at the Emperor and spoke respectfully. I'll take my leave as well. The fifth prince followed suit and left. The Emperor's gaze occasionally descended onto Duan Lingtian, and occasionally descended onto Princess Biao. Duan Lingtian was fine. He stood there without moving like a mountain with a carefree expression. But Princess Biao blushed instead. Father, what are you looking at? Ha 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 ha, the Emperor laughed heartily, and his laughter only stopped after a short while. You two know each other? Princess Biao nodded shyly. The Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled. Commander Duan, it's rare for you to make a trip to the Imperial Palace. Since you know Biao, accompany her to walk around. Yes, Your Majesty. Duan Lingtian replied before leaving the throne room with Princess Biao. The palace maids behind Princess Biao followed as well. Prime Minister Gu Yuting, who stood beside the Emperor and hadn't spoken since the beginning, now had a slightly gloomy expression, and his eyes flickered with a dense and fierce light. He was extremely like a ferocious venomous snake, choosing a person to swallow. Compared to before, the current Princess Biao was obviously slightly restrained. Ever since she heard that Duan Lingtian commanded an army of 100,000 to defeat the Southern Champion Kingdom's southern barbaric city, her mind was filled with the figure of Duan Lingtian. She never imagined that this sweetheart of hers actually had such great ability. Now walking together with the sweetheart of her dreams caused her to be embarrassed to the point that she didn't know what to say. Duan Lingtian felt that the atmosphere was slightly strange as well. After accompanying Princess Biao for a while, he spoke first. Princess, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Okay. Princess Biao gently nodded her head and watched Duan Lingtian leave from afar. After a long time she sighed. After leaving the palace, Duan Lingtian shook his head and sighed. Even he himself didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Princess Bai Yao. However, one thing was certain. Princess Bai Yao had barged into the throne room today to plead on his behalf, causing him to be slightly moved. Although she didn't help, her kind intentions were extremely rare. Who? Heaving a sigh of relief, Duan Lingtian returned to the residence of the embroidered uniform guards. The spacious courtyard. Lord Commander, the embroidered spring sabers you gave us, are all grade 8 spirit weapons? Duan Lingtian had just entered the door when he saw Zhang Qian walking up to him with a startled expression. The other 11 people also looked at Duan Lingtian. He did not expect the Duan Lingtian to be so generous. You only just realized? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Lord Commander, why spend so much money to ask a grade 8 weapons craftsman to refine these spirit weapons? The cost isn't small, right? Zhao Gang said as well. It's only a small toy that I casually refined, and I only spent a little money on materials. Duan Lingtian casually said. Instantly, including the 2 half-step void stage old men, the 12 people were dumbstruck. Their Lord Commander was a grade 8 weapons craftsman? According to their knowledge, it seemed that this Lord Commander would only turn 19 in 1 or 2 months, right? An 18-year-old grade 8 weapons craftsman, what concept was this? Lord Commander, if I'm not wrong, these grade 8 spirit weapons are able to provide an entire 20% amplification of strength. They're much better than those crafted by an ordinary grade 8 weapons craftsman. The old man that killed the city guard commander Xue Lu yesterday couldn't help but speak. Elder Hong has good judgment. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. This old man was precisely one of the 2 half-step void stage experts that the Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis sent to him. Now, when they heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Elder Hong, the remaining people were even more shocked. They took out their spring-embroidered sabers and seriously tested it. In the end, they noticed that it was indeed as Elder Hong had said. It was able to provide an entire 20% amplification of strength. They couldn't help but be moved. After all, an ordinary grade 8 spirit weapon was at most able to provide an amplification of strength by 20%, and being able to provide an amplification of strength by 19% was already considered a top-grade item. When placed amongst grade 8 spirit weapons, the spring-embroidered sabers in their hands could absolutely be considered to be a top-grade item amongst the top-grade items. For a moment, the gazes they looked at Duan Lingtian with emitted slight reverence. An 18-year-old origin core stage grade 8 weapons craftsman. But it was unknown what sort of expression they would have if they knew that Duan Lingtian was also a grade 8 alchemist. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, you and Zhao Gang go to the various medicine stores in the Imperial City and check for these medicinal materials. Duan Lingtian withdrew a brush and paper, then wrote down a few medicinal materials before passing it to Zhang Qian. Mainly check the accounts from 3 years ago and see if they still remember who they sold the medicinal materials to. These medicinal materials were the main medicinal materials of the poison the emperor was poisoned with, and very few people would normally use them. Duan Lingtian's objective was to find out the person that poisoned the emperor. Yes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang received their orders and left. Imperial Palace, outside a quiet and secluded palace. Prime Minister Gu? An empty voice seemed to come from all directions. The voice was gloomy and cold, and didn't carry the slightest emotion. A black-clothed old man appeared without a sound. Old Xue. Gu Yuting looked at the old man and lightly nodded. Prime Minister Gu, is there something you need from me? The black-clothed old man had a pair of muddy eyes, and his entire body seemed to emit a sense of gloominess. Coupled with his thin body, he seemed as if he would fall in the wind. However, Gu Yuting instead knew that this old man's strength was extremely terrifying. At the very least, he wasn't inferior to him. Old Xue, my condolences. Gu Yuting sighed and slowly said. Prime Minister Gu, what do you mean by this? When the black-clothed old man heard this, the gloomy aura on his body became even more profound. Old Xue, maybe you still don't know. Your grandson Xue Lang had his dantian crippled by someone, and his cultivation was completely lost. Gu Yuting's eyes flashed as he spoke. What? The black-clothed old man's muddy eyes instantly flickered with a dense light, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Gu Yuting. Prime Minister Gu, is what you said true? Yes. Gu Yuting nodded. Who did it? Did my son take revenge for Langer? The black-clothed old man's mood was slightly agitated. Old Shui, your son is dead. Gu Yuting bitterly laughed. The black-clothed old man didn't let out an exclamation of surprise this time, but his thin body lightly trembled, and his voice was incomparably icy cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Prime Minister Gu, do you know who did it? Old Shui, your son precisely wanted to take revenge for your grandson. However, in the end he didn't manage to take revenge and instead was killed instead. The person that crippled your grandson and killed your son is precisely the same person. Gu Yuting slowly said. Who is it? The black-clothed old man's eyes were filled with rage, and he was furious to the extreme. The embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian. Gu Yuting slowly said, Old Shui, you should go back and take a look at your grandson. I'm really worried that once your son dies, that Duan Lingtian will be ruthless to your grandson. He dares. The black-clothed old man shouted in a low voice, and his tone contained frightening icy coldness mixed within. Whoosh! Instantly, the black-clothed old man's figure trembled, and he vanished without a trace. Duan Lingtian, let me see how you resist the rage of this madman Shui. The corners of Gu Yuting's mouth curled into a sneer from his scheme succeeding. On the main street of the inner city of the imperial city, Duan Lingtian spurred his horse and walked in the front, and behind him were 10 embroidered uniform guards following closely behind. The two old men were like two guardian gods, tightly guarding Duan Lingtian on both sides. Everywhere the 11 people passed, the passers-by would move aside. It's the embroidered uniform guard. He's the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian. Oh my god. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but I didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian is really only a youth. Shay. The surrounding passers-by whispered in discussion. These discussions were naturally heard by Duan Lingtian, but he only shook his head with a smile and didn't take it to heart. On the way there was no lack of similar discussions, and he was already used to it. Giddy up. Right at this moment a luxurious carriage approached from the front, and its speed was extremely swift. Duan Lingtian frowned. Move aside. The coachman driving the carriage was obviously extremely overbearing, and he swung the horsewhip in his hand as he shouted in surprise. When he saw the passers-by in front of him fleeing to the sides, the coachman's eyes were obviously mixed with a trace of ridicule. Soon, he saw Duan Lingtian's group. The coachman frowned, and when he saw the flying robes on Duan Lingtian's group, he faintly realized that these people might not be simple, and he panicked in his heart and hurriedly tightened the reins. Halt! The carriage stopped less than 3 meters away from Duan Lingtian's horse. Afu, why have we stopped? Right at this moment, a man's voice came from within the carriage. Third young master, there are a few military lords in front. Let's wait for them to pass. The coachman looked at the youth in the flying robes before him, and he was slightly uncertain in his heart. What military lord? The voice that came from within the carriage was slightly impatient. Soon the carriage's curtain was lifted, and a young man stuck his head out. However, when he looked over, the young man's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and when he looked at the youth in front of him, a trace of malevolence and anger appeared on his face. It's you. Duan Lingtian was slightly stunned when the young man in front of him suddenly shouted at him. Do I know him? Duan Lingtian carefully sized up the young man who stuck his head out of the carriage, and memories flashed through his mind. In the end, a blurry figure seemed to appear before his eyes, and completely merged with the person before him. The scene outside Triumph City more than 2 years ago flashed through Duan Lingtian's mind once again. At that time, on the way to Triumph City, he encountered a young man and a young girl who treated human lives like grass. The young man and the young girl were traveling on a Fergana horse. At that time, he deliberately avoided them to the side. But who would have thought that the young girl would actually brandish her horsewhip at him? He taught the young girl a lesson, and the young boy stood up for the young girl and attacked him. In the end, one of the young boy's arms was chopped off by him. Later on, Duan Lingtian found out that the young boy was the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei San. It's you. Chapter 223. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had never imagined that he would encounter Pei San once more. Moreover, it was on the streets of the inner city of the imperial city. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. As he recalled the sorry state he was in after cutting off Pei San's arm, Duan Lingtian suddenly had a feeling as if a lifetime had passed. He still remembered that time when he desperately spurred his horse towards Triumph City, only for the sake of escaping the pursuit of the expert by Pei San's side. He could imagine that if he was caught by the expert by Pei San's side at that time, he would die for sure. Later on, even if he stayed in Triumph City for a few days, he still advanced step by step, as he was deeply afraid of being found. At that time, Pei San was an extremely great threat to him. It was even to the extent that once he was found by Pei San only had to say a word, and he would die on the spot. In the past, he was filled with fear towards Pei San's identity as the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Yet now, Duan Lingtian suddenly noticed that when he met Pei San once more, besides being slightly surprised, he didn't have any other emotions. Perhaps it was because he stood at a different height. Or perhaps it had been too long. "I've finally found you." Pei San gnashed his teeth as he walked out of the carriage, and his eyes were filled with icy cold killing intent as he gazed at the youth on the horse. Duan Lingtian looked at Pei San with a calm expression. In the past he might have been afraid of Pei San. Now, Pei San was already not on the same level as him. It was even to the extent that so long as he wanted, he only had to say a word, and it was sufficient to make the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate behind Pei San change hands. He believed that so long as he spoke to the emperor would absolutely satisfy his request. It was even to the extent that he only had to give an order now, and the embroidered uniform guards behind him would attack like a bolt of lightning, causing Pei San's blood to splatter and die on the spot. But he didn't do this and even didn't have the intention to fuss about it with Pei San. "Third young master, what's wrong?" Right at this moment, two more people walked out successively from the carriage and stood behind Pei San. An old man and a young man. The old man was obviously in existence at the nascent soul stage. As for the young man, Li Qing, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. The young man standing behind Pei San was none other than Li Qing, who had left the Li clan that day. He didn't expect that after this Li Qing left the Li clan, he would actually walk together with the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate's third young master. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Only after hearing Duan Lingtian's voice did Li Qing look towards Duan Lingtian. With just a glance, his face abruptly went pale, and he hurriedly said to Pei San, who was before him, "Third young master, it was this person that crippled your arm that day. It's him. It's him." "Blood feud, do you think I still need you to tell me?" Pei San turned his head slightly and glanced at Li Qing. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "So, Li Qing is your real name. No wonder I couldn't find out anything about you during these 2 years. Li Qing, you really have a good trick up your sleeve. You really hid it well." "Third young master, Li Qing's gaze was difficult to unravel, and a bitter smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "I was exposed in the end? Humph. I'll deal with you later." Pei San's voice was cold and indifferent, and then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. "Over 2 years ago you crippled my arm. Today I'll make you return it with interest." "Oh," Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. "How do I return it with interest?" "I'll take your life." Pei San's voice was filled with hatred and ruthlessness. Presumptuous. The faces of the two old men by Duan Lingtian's side sank as they shouted out in unison. Pei San frowned. Only now did he realize that the youth before him wasn't alone, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with became even colder. "What? Do you think Pei San, can't touch you just because you have a few helpers?" "Pei San." Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Pei San, and he said indifferently, "That year outside Triumph City, who started the fight between us, you know best. Today, it can be considered fate that we're able to meet again. I don't want to fuss about the matter from that year with you, so let's write it off at this point." It had been 2 years, and he didn't suffer any losses that year, so Duan Lingtian didn't want to fuss about it anymore. The current Pei San was already not on the same level as him, and he had no intention of using his strength to bully the weak. Just let everything in the past be gone with the wind, however. This was only Duan Lingtian's wishful thinking. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of Pei San's mouth when he heard Duan Lingtian. You're saying this because you're afraid? During these past 2 years, I've never forgotten the scene of you crippling my arm. I wish for nothing more than to tear you into pieces, burn your bones and scatter your ashes. Only in this way can I vent the hatred in my heart. If you knew this day would come, then why did you do it in the past? That year, if you'd properly received my sister Ru's whip, then the matters after that wouldn't have happened. So, even if you die today, you can only blame yourself for being too arrogant that year. You don't know who you can offend and who you can't. I, the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, am an existence that a lowly commoner like you can't afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Pei San's voice was filled with ruthlessness and arrogance. Li Qing stood behind Pei San, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He too felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die on the spot today, although he didn't know why Duan Lingtian would appear in the imperial city. But as far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian would die without a doubt if he encountered the berserk Pei San. Only, the expression of the old man behind Pei San was slightly unnatural. He noticed that after his young master spoke these words, the passers-by on both sides of the road all revealed looks of disdain. The son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor? Scolding the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, who was currently in the limelight as a lowly commoner? A comical feeling arose within the hearts of the passers-by. At this moment, they even forgot to whisper in whispers, and concentrated their minds and calmly watched the development of the matter before their eyes. But the gazes they shot at Pei San all leaped with traces of a mischievous smile. Grandpa Huai, I want him dead. Pei San stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian, and his gaze was filled with bloodthirsty killing intent as he fiercely shouted. But Pei San quickly noticed that the old man behind him didn't move, as if he didn't hear what Pei San said at all. Grandpa Huai. Pei San was stunned, then he turned around to look at the old man behind him, only to notice that the old man's gaze was staring at the waist of the youth that sat astride the tall horse. His gaze followed along. This gaze caused him to be on the verge of being scared out of his wits. Embroidered uniform guard. Yesterday, he'd arrived at the imperial city and stayed for a night in the outer city. In the restaurants in the outer city, he'd heard of the rumors of the embroidered uniform guard, and knew that the embroidered uniform guard was the most terrifying and also the most arrogant and despotic organization in the imperial city. Supposedly, the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian, was only 18 years old this year, but he'd already deeply received the favor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, and had become the emperor's spokesperson. Even though he was far away in Swallow Mountain County, he'd heard of Duan Lingtian and knew that Duan Lingtian was the #1 genius of Paladin Academy. This time, he'd come to the imperial city precisely with the intention of reporting to Paladin Academy. As far as he was concerned, once he arrived at Paladin Academy, he might have a chance to see this legendary figure. A few months ago, when he'd first heard of Duan Lingtian, he'd already had a trace of yearning in his heart, as he was curious about what sort of figure Duan Lingtian was. When he arrived at the imperial city and found out about Duan Lingtian's accomplishments in the northwest border battlefield, admiration arose from the bottom of his heart. When he heard that Duan Lingtian had become the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, and had even led over 10 embroidered uniform guards to directly charge into the City Guard Army's campsite and kill the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu, he only felt his blood boil. From that moment onwards, he'd practically taken Duan Lingtian to be his idol. However now, you're the commander of the embroidered uniform guard, Duan Lingtian? Pei San took a deep breath and harbored a final trace of hope in his heart as he looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he really hoped that Duan Lingtian would deny it. What do you think? Duan Lingtian looked calmly at Pei San as he replied with a question. This son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor has finally recognized Commander Duan. Truly laughable. He actually threatened to tear Commander Duan into pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Humph. He's only the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Even if the Swallow Mountain County's county governor personally came today, he wouldn't dare be so presumptuous in front of Commander Duan. This Pei San is really courting death. This Pei San had an expression of deep hatred earlier, but now his face is filled with terror and disbelief. It's normal. After all, he's recognized Commander Duan now. If he still dares to act like before, Then his head has really been kicked by a donkey. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly and didn't intentionally suppress their voices. Duan. Commander Duan? Pei San's body trembled, his face ghastly pale, and he was dumbstruck. He completely confirmed it. He'd never imagined that the person he desperately wanted to kill these past 2 years would actually be this Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the hatred in his heart had completely collapsed. Only a sense of loss and powerlessness remained. Just as the surrounding crowd of spectators had said, with Duan Lingtian's current status and influence, not to mention him, even his father, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, had to treat him with respect. A trace of bitterness appeared on the face of the old man behind Pei San. This youth was the violet-clothed youth that he chased into Triumph City all those years ago? In a mere 2 years, this youth had actually already stood at such a height. Even he could only look up to Pei San. No. Impossible. It's impossible. Li Qing stood behind Pei San as he ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was true. The embroidered uniform guard's commander, Duan Lingtian? He'd heard of the Duan Lingtian that had given rise to much discussion within the Crimson Sky Kingdom in the past few months. But he didn't connect the Duan Lingtian of legend with his sworn enemy, the Duan Lingtian. As far as he was concerned, his sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian, was only a disciple with a different surname from a branch family under the Aurora City's Li clan. Whereas the rumored peerless genius, Duan Lingtian, was instead a direct descendant of the Imperial City's Duan clan. In the past, he'd thought that the two of them only had the same name. Chapter 224. No matter what, Li Qing would never have imagined. The Duan Lingtian that had caused much discussion in the Crimson Sky Kingdom these past few months, and whose name shook the Imperial City, was actually the Duan Lingtian that he wished for nothing more than to kill. A disciple with a different surname from the branch family of the Aurora City's Li clan. A direct descendant disciple of the Imperial City's Duan clan. It was actually the same person. Li Qing felt that this was absolutely a joke played by the heavens. But when he tried to pinch his thigh, the pain that came from his thigh told him that all of this was real. How could this be possible? It can't be. It can't be. Li Qing's face was ghastly pale. Everything before his eyes caused him to lose all hope. He originally planned to rely on the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate to break through to the origin core stage before returning to the Li clan to kill Duan Lingtian and take revenge for his grandfather. But now, the thoughts that he'd persevered on for 2 years instantly collapsed. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian was now the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. Even if he wasn't, Duan Lingtian was still in existence at the origin core stage, the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. Far from something he could compare to, Duan Lingtian sat on his horse, and his calm gaze flashed past Pei San and Li Qing. When he saw their expressions, he didn't even have the slightest intention to fuss about it. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the carriage driver in the distance. Remember to slow down when you're driving in the Imperial City in the future. Yes. The carriage driver nodded like a chick pecking for grains, not daring to hesitate in the slightest. He already knew the identity of the youth now, and he knew in his heart that if Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him, it would be no different than stepping on an ant. Let's go. Duan Lingtian urged his horse forward slowly, bringing along the 10 embroidered uniform guards behind him. Pei San and the old man behind him only reacted when they saw the figures of Duan Lingtian's group vanish at the end of the street. Blood grudge. No, I should call you Li Qing now. Pei San's gaze landed on Li Qing's body, faintly mixed with a trace of coldness. In his opinion, the reason why Duan Lingtian was gradually distancing himself from him and making him lose hope of revenge was all because of Li Qing. If not for Li Qing deliberately mystifying things back then, Duan Lingtian would not have been able to grow to such a level. When Li Qing heard Pei San's words, it was as if he woke up from a dream. He immediately knelt on the ground and begged, "Third young master, please spare my life, please spare my life." Grandpa Huai. Pei San's voice was cold. Not good. Li Qing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly got up, intending to escape. However, he was a martial artist that hadn't even stepped into the origin core stage, So how could he possibly escape from the hands of a nascent soul-stage martial artist? In the blink of an eye, the top of his head was shattered by the old man's palm strike. Dead. When he saw Li Qing being killed, Pei San took a deep breath and returned to the carriage. He understood that even if he couldn't let go of some enmity, he had to bury it in the depths of his heart. The current Duanling Tian wasn't someone he could deal with. If he was stubborn, he would only be courting death. Moreover, it might implicate his father, the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Duanling Tian was leading the group of embroidered uniform guards as they walked on the streets. Suddenly, his vigilant spiritual force noticed that something was wrong. A pair of gloomy eyes were staring at him from the shadows. Moreover, this person's cultivation wasn't weak and was even skilled in concealment. If it wasn't for Duanling Tian's heart being as calm as water now, he might not have noticed. This is an expert. Duanling Tian became vigilant in his heart. Relying on his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul-stage martial artist, he could sense how terrifying this person was. It was extremely likely that this person was a half-step void stage expert. Let's go back. Duanling Tian didn't panic. He called out to the 10 embroidered uniform guards behind him, then turned his horse around and headed towards where the embroidered uniform guards were staying. On the way, Duanling Tian conversed with the 2 old men beside him in a low voice. Old Hong, Old Qin. No matter what I say later, both of you must not panic. Duanling Tian first gave the 2 old men a dose of assurance. After that, he spoke of his discovery, allowing the 2 old men to be on guard. The 2 old men nodded to indicate that they understood. Before long, Duanling Tian's group returned to where the embroidered uniform guards were staying. Under Duanling Tian's instructions, the door to the spacious courtyard was closed. At practically the same time that Duanling Tian's group walked in, a figure silently leaped over the wall and lightly descended into the front courtyard. Who is it? Instantly, an embroidered uniform guard that was walking at the back noticed the old man's tracks. Duanling Tian wasn't surprised, and he slowly turned around to look at the old man. The old man was dressed in black, and a dense killing intent was emitted from between his brows. His fierce gaze descended precisely onto Duanling Tian. As expected, his target is me, Duanling Tian thought in his heart. He knew that this person was the person that was spying on him in secret earlier. But he was slightly curious. Who exactly was this old man? When this old man in black looked at him, it was as if he had seen a great enemy of life and death. Duanling Tian was sure that he didn't know this old man, and had never seen him before. You ought to be the commander of the embroidered uniform guards, Duanling Tian, right? The old man in black's gloomy and cold gaze descended onto Duanling Tian. Instantly, besides Old Hong and Old Qin, the expressions of the 10 embroidered uniform guards beside Duanling Tian slightly changed, and they moved to protect Duanling Tian behind them. Exactly, I'm Duanling Tian, but I wonder who you are? Duanling Tian's gaze was calm as he asked. Now, he could practically confirm that this old man in black was in existence at the half-step void stage, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Who am I? A wisp of icy coldness appeared on the old man's face as he said coldly, I'm Shui Lu's father. Shuiyun. Instantly, the expressions of Old Hong and Old Qin who stood at both sides of Duanling Tian went serious as they exclaimed in a low voice, What? Both of you know me? Shuiyun's gaze descended onto Old Hong and Old Qin. Both of you are members of the Divine Might Marquis estate? Old Hong and Old Qin looked at Shuiyun with a calm expression. Shuiyun. Duanling Tian couldn't help but recall that after he crippled Shuilang's dantian that day, the city guard army commander Shui Lu was guarding him at the entrance of Paladin Academy. When the Duan clan's grand elder arrived, he had once mentioned this name. It was precisely Shui Lu's father. Now Duanling Tian came to a sudden understanding. No wonder this old man in black would look at him with such hatred. It turned out that the enmity between them had been planted deep since long ago. Today my target is only this Duanling Tian. I have no intention of making things difficult for the Divine Might Marquis estate. If both of you are sensible, then leave right now. Otherwise, even if I have to risk offending the Divine Might Marquis estate, I'll still make both of you accompany this Duanling Tian in death. Shuiyun's gaze went slightly cold as he spoke in a low voice. What high-sounding sentiments! Then let's see if you have the ability. Old Hong and Old Qin took a step forward. Their gazes were like swords, and their tone contained slight rage mixed within. All right, let me see what ability all of you have. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he moved. Instantly, he seemed to have transformed into a black bolt of lightning that flashed towards Old Hong and Old Qin with an extremely swift speed. Above him, 1,500 plus ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. He really is an expert that has stepped into the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused. Even if a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist exerted his full strength, he would only possess the strength of 1,200 ancient mammoths. A 1st-level void prying stage martial artist possessed the strength of 2,000 ancient mammoths. Although Shui Yun's strength was far inferior to a void prying stage martial artist, it still far surpassed a 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Whoosh! Whoosh! Old Hong and Old Qin transformed into 2 bolts of lightning that moved to intercept Shui Yun. Above the heads of Elder Hong and Elder Qin, over 1,500 ancient mammoth silhouettes had floated up into appearance. In terms of strength, Old Hong and Old Qin weren't inferior to Shui Yun. Moreover, Old Hong and Old Qin had joined forces and suppressed Shui Yun in a short moment. The cooperation between the two of them was flawless. Both of you are the Divine Might Marquis Estate's Hu and He elders? Shui Yun's face went ghastly pale as he guessed the identity of the 2 people that attacked him. Hu and He elders? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Old Hong and Old Qin had such a nickname? However, he was able to discern that when Old Hong attacked, he was indeed like a ferocious tiger, whereas when Old Qin attacked, he was like a graceful crane. Old Hong was adept in attacks and firmly suppressed Shui Yun. Old Qin was adept in movement techniques, causing Shui Yun to have nowhere to flee. I never imagined that the Divine Might Marquis Estate would be so generous. They actually sent you Hu and He elders to follow this little bastard. Shui Yun's figure flashed to the side, and his face sank. Since you Hu and He elders are here today, then I'll give you face. I'll come take this little bastard's life next time. As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Yun wanted to flee. Since you've come, don't think of leaving. Old Qin spoke with a cold and indifferent voice. His figure flashed out and the white robe on his body fluttered, as if transforming into a swift white crane that instantly obstructed Shui Yun's path. In terms of speed, Shui Yun was unable to catch up to Old Qin. Meanwhile, Old Hong had caught up in time and blocked Shui Yun's path with Old Qin, causing him to have nowhere to flee. Hu and He elders, you seem to have forgotten my identity, right? Shui Yun's face sank as he knew very well that if this were to continue, then the one to die would surely be him. He stretched out his hand and withdrew a command token, and on the command token, the word Spectre was inscribed. I'm the Spectre Guard under the command of His Majesty, the Mortal Emperor. If you kill me, then I'll surely bring calamity to your Divine Might Marquis Estate. His Majesty, the Mortal Emperor? Spectre Guard? A trace of bewilderment appeared on Duan Lingtian's face, as these 2 terms were so unfamiliar to him. Shui Yun, you think too highly of yourself. Old Hong's voice revealed a trace of disdain. Would His Majesty, the Mortal Emperor, fall out with our Divine Might Marquis Estate because of a mere Spectre Guard? What a joke. Perhaps it wouldn't in the past, but don't forget that your Divine Might Marquis Estate's senior marquis was poisoned by the Dark Nether Mink and isn't the void prying stage expert of the past. Shui Yun took a deep breath and spoke with a low voice. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. In at most 3 months, the Dark Nether Mink poison in the senior marquis will be completely expelled. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be amused when he heard Shui Yun. Chapter 225. Little bastard, don't speak without thinking. Even a grade 6 alchemist is helpless against the poison of the Dark Nether Mink. Who are you trying to fool? Shui Yun's icy cold eyes flashed past Duan Lingtian as he sneered. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only an ignorant youth. Duan Lingtian couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Shui Yun, and he said indifferently, Elder Hong, Elder Qin, you 2 ought to remember what the senior marquis said to you 2 when you left the Divine Might Marquis Estate with me, right? I don't care what Spectre Guard he is. Now I want him dead. Duan Lingtian's tone was carefree, yet it revealed dense killing intent. A half-step void stage expert was too great of a threat to him. Moreover, the enmity between him and this half-step void stage expert could be said to be irreconcilable. If the half-step void stage expert didn't die, his heart wouldn't be at ease. Yes, Lord Commander. Elder Hong and Elder Qin nodded and directly attacked with their full strength. Shui Yun's face went grim, and with a raise of his hand, a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. His origin energy skyrocketed, and the 3-foot-long blade emitted a wave of sword howls, and the ancient mammoth silhouettes above him instantly soared to over 1,900. Obviously, this was a grade 7 spirit weapon. But only he had a grade 7 spirit weapon? Elder Hong and Elder Qin each withdrew their grade 7 spirit weapons, and over 1,900 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above them as well. The grade 7 spirit weapon in Elder Hong's hand was a spear. The grade 7 spirit weapon in Elder Qin's hand was a bone fan. Swish! Shui Yun attacked. The sword in his hand seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that tore through the sky, and a piercing howl sounded out as it flashed straight towards Elder Qin. Perhaps, as far as he was concerned, only by injuring Elder Qin would he have the hope of escaping. Elder Qin didn't dodge, and with a raise of his hand, the bone fan in his hand started to revolve faster and faster, emitting an ear-piercing howl of the wind that caused the surrounding air to freeze. Origin energy skyrocketed on the bone fan, and it actually revolved as it flashed out, aiming straight for Shui Yun's throat. Facing Shui Yun's sword, Elder Qin wasn't afraid in the slightest, and seemed to be waiting for Shui Yun's sword to flash over. Whoosh! At the critical moment, the long spear in Elder Hong's hand shook. Like a dragon coming out of its cave, it tore through the sky and blocked Shui Yun's sword. No! Shui Yun shouted. This would be the last sound he made in his life. His head was directly twisted off by the rotating bone fan. Death! The two halves of Shui Yun's body fell to the ground, staining the ground with blood. At this time Old Man Qin raised his hand, and the fan returned to his hand. There was not a trace of blood on it. So strong! Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed in surprise. At the same time he was shocked by the alliance between Elder Hong and Elder Qin. The two of them had a tacit understanding and trusted each other. When faced with Shui Yun's sword, not only did Old Qin not dodge, he instead took advantage of that moment to unleash his strongest attack, causing Shui Yun to be unable to defend against it. He dared to do so because he trusted Elder Hong. Elder Hong didn't disappoint him and blocked the sword that was about to pierce through his chest. He believed that when Elder Hong and Elder Qin joined forces, there probably weren't many half-step void stage experts below the void prying stage that were a match for them. With Elder Hong and Elder Qin's strength, they're absolutely the Divine Might Marquis Estate's trump card. I never imagined that Grandpa Nya would lend them to me. A trace of warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. Whereas the other 8 people that the Divine Might Marquis sent to Duan Lingtian didn't reveal the slightest surprise, as if they'd known since long ago that Elder Hong and Elder Qin possessed such strength. Duan Lingtian took off Shui Yun's spatial ring and picked up his grade 7 spirit sword. Shui Yun's sword was completely jet black and revealed a sense of simplicity. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's hand shook and black-colored lightning flashed out, whereas 39 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian, an amplification of 27%, not bad. It's better than the grade 8 spirit weapon I'm refining now, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and directly put away the completely jet-black grade 7 spirit sword. Meanwhile, all the embroidered uniform guards present, including Elder Hong and Elder Qin, were all dumbstruck. When their Lord Commander utilized a grade 7 spirit weapon, he was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 39 ancient mammoth silhouettes. A grade 7 spirit weapon amplified strength by almost 30%. In other words, even without a spirit weapon, he was still able to exert the strength of 30 ancient mammoths. Second level of the Origin Core stage. They never imagined that their Lord Commander had already broken through to the second level of the Origin Core stage. An 18-year-old second-level Origin Core stage martial artist. They felt their scalps go numb. In next to no time, after instructing the remaining embroidered uniform guards to deal with Shui Yun's corpse, Duan Lingtian called out to Elder Hong and Elder Qin before walking into the rear courtyard together. Duan Lingtian looked at the two old men and asked curiously, Elder Hong, Elder Qin. What exactly are the mortal emperor and specter guard that Shui Yun spoke of earlier? Can you two explain it to me? Of course. Elder Hong nodded, and his expression became slightly serious. His Majesty the Mortal Emperor is called Mortal Emperor Chu, and he's the half-brother of the current emperor. He's from the same generation as your father, Duan Rufeng. That year, in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, his natural talent was only inferior to your father. Later on, Mortal Emperor Chu left the Crimson Sky Kingdom and went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom to wander. When he returned over 10 years later, his cultivation had stepped into the void-prying stage. At that time, the void-prying stage expert of the older generation of the imperial family had just passed away, and he took over the heavy responsibility of protecting the imperial family and became the mortal emperor that hid behind the scenes. As for the Spectre Guard, they were the servants by the side of the mortal emperor. There were a total of 9 of them, and all of them were half-step void stage experts. Elder Hong finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Mortal Emperor Chu, the void stage expert of the imperial family. He deeply remembered it in his heart. Lord Commander, the Marquis sent someone to inform you to make a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Right at this moment, a voice sounded out from the front courtyard. Duan Lingtian, who was in the rear courtyard, heard it clearly, and he lightly smiled to the 2 people before him. Elder Hong, Elder Qin, come with me. Before long, Duan Lingtian had once again arrived at the Divine Might Marquis estate. Little Tian, the medicinal materials you wanted have been gathered. The Divine Might Marquis Nyeyuan revealed a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian arrive. So fast. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After all, one of the main medicinal catalysts to refine the Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pill was an extremely rare medicinal material. Even in the Imperial City it was extremely rare. He never imagined that it had only been a few days, and this Uncle Nya of his had already gathered it. The Divine Might Marquis Estate's resources and reserves were extraordinary as expected. Nyeyuan smiled. Amongst those medicinal materials, there was an extremely rare medicinal material. However, it just so happened that an alchemist I knew possessed it, so I asked him to transfer it to me. Duan Lingtian nodded and arrived at the rear courtyard of the Divine Might Marquis estate with Nyeyuan. Before long, Duan Lingtian withdrew his cauldron and condensed a Grade 8 pill fire. Then he started to officially refine the Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pill. Duan Lingtian placed a pile of medicinal materials into the cauldron and spent 3 hours to refine 7 Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pills, which slightly exceeded his expectations. Grandpa Nya, these 3 Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pills are the same as last time. Consume them in 3 batches. After 3 months, the toxic poison of the dark nether mink in your body will completely vanish. Duan Lingtian put away 4 Grade 8 Spirit Cleansing Pills and passed the other 3 to the old man. The old man directly consumed one, and his face revealed a carefree smile. Little Tian, it's all thanks to you. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Grandpa Nya, there's no need to be courteous with me. If it wasn't for you sending old Hong and old Qin to me today, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see you again. If it wasn't for those 2 old men today, it could be imagined that it would be impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive under Shui Yun's hands. What's going on? The old man's face sank when he heard this, and his pair of muddy eyes lit up with a bright light as killing intent shot out. Little Tian, who's so audacious to dare touch you? Nyeyuan had an enraged expression as well. Grandpa Nya, Uncle Nya, don't worry, he's already dead. That person is called Shui Yun, and he seems to be the father of the City Guard Army's commander, Shui Lu. Duan Lingtian spoke slowly. Shui Yun? According to my knowledge, he seems to be a specter guard. But since he dared touch you, he deserved to die. The old man had a casual expression, as if he didn't take Shui Yun's death to heart in the slightest. Nyeyuan was more or less the same. Uncle Nya, you haven't consumed the Monkey King wine? Duan Lingtian looked at Nyeyuan and changed the topic. I intend to consume it in a few days. At that time, I'll temporarily leave the Imperial City and find a place to welcome the 6-9 Heavenly Tribulation. Nyeyuan lightly smiled. Looks like Uncle Nya is extremely confident in stepping into the void-prying stage in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian blinked his eyes and smiled. Haha. Even if Uncle Nye steps into the void-prying stage, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for your Monkey King wine, I don't know how long it would take for me to break through, and I might even be unable to break through in my entire lifetime." As he finished speaking, Nye Yuan shook his head and sighed, even though he was only a step away from the void-prying stage. But in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, many half-step void stage martial artists like him had appeared. Among them, 90% and above were unable to break through to the void-prying stage until they died. If one wanted to step into the void-prying stage, one must possess extraordinary natural talent. Of course, with ordinary natural talent, it wasn't impossible to break through to the void-prying stage. As long as one had the assistance of a void advancement pill, Monkey King wine, or similar external forces, one could similarly smoothly break through to the void-prying stage. "Uncle Nye, you're exaggerating. Even Grandpa Nye was able to break through to the void-prying stage. How could you possibly have a problem?" Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. However, Nye Yuan hadn't spoken when the old man spoke first. "Little Tian, you don't know. Grandpa Nye was able to break through to the void-prying stage because he consumed a void advancement pill. If I didn't have a void advancement pill, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to break through to the void-prying stage in my entire lifetime." Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that the old man relied on a void advancement pill to break through to the void-prying stage. After leaving the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. He called Xiong Quan over. "Young master." Xiong Quan respectfully bowed to Duan Lingtian. "Xiong Quan, take it."